list for today. The list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure that you are tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question: how are you doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. Happy Leo season. Leading with compassion. We're going to start talking about everything. We've got a bunch of stuff happening astrologically that we need to address. We got a wild full moon coming up. It's a lot. It's a lot going on, but we can get through it. We're going to get through it just fine, okay? First thing to recognize is not only are we finding ourselves entering Leo season, but we also have Mercury stationing direct at the same time. At the same time that we're going into Leo season. It's a lot. And so you might be feeling a little bit more of that boost of energy, the ability to kind of move back into finding grooves. But I want to point out, it's kind of new groove energy. All right. We still have some pretty significant planets that are currently in retrograde. We're gonna talk a bit about them, okay? Because we still have, and I want to just point this out, we've got Neptune that's in retrograde in Aries, and shortly we've got Saturn that is going into retrograde in Aries. And the one thing I want to point out, before we understand the energy that we're currently in, we have to look back on some of the lunation cycles that we've currently experienced, okay? You'll recall that our last full moon, I know it probably feels like a million years ago, okay? It was a month. Okay, it was a month. It was 30 days. Probably didn't feel like that. Probably didn't feel like that. Told you, Mercury retrograde in Cancer at the same time that Neptune is retrograding in Aries can do like a real number on our sense of time. Okay. It was 800 years ago. Okay, all right. But what we're effectively seeing is working through the energy of a Capricorn full moon. Capricorn full moon can bring a lot of old wounds to the surface, right? It's the observation of being able to understand what required us to become strong, right? And that's some complicated stuff right there. Okay, that's what a Capricorn full moon does. It helps us honor and recognize the shape and nature by which we had to become stronger. And for some of us that's positive, right? Some of that's fortifying. Some of it is often devastating, right? And so if you're navigating that, and that's why we're kind of recognizing that as we moved into that new moon in Cancer. The new moon in Cancer is all about exploring or plumbing into the depths of vulnerability. It's a culmination of a lot of that work that we saw that was occurring a lot of that work that was occurring while we saw Jupiter retrograding in Cancer for that long period of time. Now, this full moon that we've got coming up is a full moon. It's a full moon in Leo, but it's in the sign of Aquarius. And I personally, maybe I've got a biased opinion, I love it. I love a full moon like that. And the reason I like a full moon about that is because it's new ideas. right? It's new solution energy, it's new ideas, it's being able to move through unconventionality, and in the process of being able to move into unconventionality, what do you find there? You find newness there, right? And so I want you to kind of think about that, because this is effectively going to be a full moon that helps to effectively broaden or expand one's own paradigms, right? And sometimes that work is internal, right? Sometimes it's a paradigm of by which we are able to navigate our own journey. Sometimes those paradigms are being able to effectively communicate or articulate those ideas to others, right? The work that we effectively do that helps us carry the shape in terms of what it is that we ourselves are anticipating or expecting. Now, in relationality, how this may be impacting the energy across the frequencies, it is having a different impact depending on whether you align to energy that's in solitude, energy that's moving into divine union, and energy that is deep within divine union. And we're going to first talk about the energy that we find in solitude. Specifically, we are speaking towards strength relationships, and these relationships have been coming together since the time of the Taurus new moon in Taurus season that we experienced in May, leading up to the present day. And what we effectively identify that's potentially occurring in a lot of these energies right now is working through the observation of what it means when we're building into steadfastness, right? And it's not easy to be steadfast, right? It's not easy. It's not necessarily something that often appeals to us. But what do we often find when we're working towards purpose? We find our own sense of steadfastness, because the steadfastness that we energetically observe has a lot to do with the shape or the nature of things that we've energetically experienced. For a lot of relationships right now, like I feel like there's potentially, we're either seeing that there are individuals who either in are in solitude, working towards recovering, understanding that strength is an energetic benefit in relationship, that the strength that we effectively identify and find within relationship or partnership is what effectively defines a solid, stable, foundational relationship, while at the same time potentially healing, right? Potentially healing from unhealthy relationships wherein another person tried to identify that an individual's strength was their failure point. Because what you often recognize, and this is something that we work through, particularly on our healing journeys, are the same things that you bring to healthy relationships that are welcome relief, right? The welcome relief that others delight upon and delight in. When you're moving towards an unhealthy place, it'll be the same exact energy that another person tries to articulate is an inconvenience. So, that observation of basically honoring the self and honoring one's transformational journey is allowing the context by which they're able to effectively identify and recognize the stabilization point and feeling very strong and stable within the self, that is allowing them to both contextualize and appreciate the journey of the self while also building into relationships, healthy relationships that are built upon mutual strength. The mutual strength that is found in the healthy relationship that sometimes isn't easy, right? And I feel like one of the hard parts or the hurdles that we're going to see in a lot of these relationships is learning or working into the space of being energetically vulnerable again. But again, it's the understanding that these are these relationships that they're holding that vulnerability preciously. Now, this brings us to the relationships that are moving deeper into divine union at this time. And those are specifically the world partnerships. Now, you'll remember that the world partnerships were coming together between the time of that new moon in Taurus that we experienced in May, leading into the Capricorn new moon that we experienced way back in January. Now, what we're potentially seeing with a lot of these relationships right now is an expediency point, something that is moving much more quickly than they ever may have experienced before. And a lot of that energy that we're potentially seeing is in relationality to finally being in relationship with an individual that has the same unified manifestation goal as the individuated person. So the observation of understanding the benefit and the blessing when we're working towards unified manifestation goals is seeing how quickly those can effectively evolve or move towards things. For a lot of that energy, that expediency point may feel like a welcome relief, right? It may feel like something that is energetically positive. However, right, it's recontextualizing all of the past experiences wherein they may have felt something moving much more slowly, right? And it's that recontextualization that is effectively framing the energetic conversation of healing, because it is the observation of understanding the quality and condition by which it arrived, but also simultaneously being able to energetically recognize why, right? Not only why things may not necessarily have been moving with easement in the past, but feeling, right? Feeling the energetic healing or going through a heart opening process and being able to recognize that they're no longer experiencing that. So there's a lot of that welcome relief energy that we see there, but there may be a lot of feelings that are coming up as a result of it. Now, this brings us to the relationships that are deep within divine union. And those relationships deep within divine union were the moon relationships. They were coming together, focusing on a lot of the work that we see that is displayed in the major arcana of the moon card. And they were coming together between the time of that Capricorn new moon that we experienced, the Capricorn new moon, Capricorn season leading into Uranus first going retrograde, which happened in about early September of last year. So what we effectively identify what are occurring in a lot of those experiences is I see that there's this modality of potentially pulling backwards, as it were, right? And even in the context by which they're pulling backwards, some of that pulling backwards is by means of being able to recognize or identify that they found a relationship that has helped them effectively unify on their bliss state. So they're concentrating on their bliss right now. However, what they may be experiencing and feeling that may be feeling like it's energetically irritating them is if there are circumstances or situations that are being energetically predicated specifically and particularly by the recognition that they found their energetic bliss. However, someone or something outside of partnership seems to be getting very emotional, like I keep on getting like overly emotional in the context of seeing an individual in their bliss state. It's painful, right? Because it's painful because it's helping for the energy within those moon relationships to see the difference, right? To see the energetic difference between what feels like it's healthy and what feels like it's energetically consistent versus situations and circumstances by which energy outside of relationship might not necessarily have the same manifestation goals as those who are within partnership. So there may be like a new level of healing that's potentially opening up there, but it's being fortified and and fortified and stabilized in the understanding that the energy that's for us wants to see us in our happiness, right? So there's a lot of that work. Then again, this is what we're going to see that's potentially evolving or coming in as we relate to this full moon, this Leo full moon and Aquarius season, which is being able to embrace new energetic paradigms. Now, that's where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be occurring on Thursday, August 13th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the 3 cards of the minor arcana. Now, if you would like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of readings, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. One of the things I've tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on navigating this new moon that we recently experienced. I'll have one out shortly on this full moon we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. Also, I want to let you guys know about my dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase by per dream or as a series. Now, if you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everyone just a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior, I am going to take a moment to read over. We do have individuals who have priority today, so anyone who got on the list before we got started on the Daily Collective will be read for before we begin the Daily Collective. And if you get on the list right now, you'll be read for once we complete the Daily Collective. How are you doing today? Delighted. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. For those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, please keep in mind that you can also get on our list today via my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. How are you doing today, Daniela? So good to see you. And welcome, music. How you doing today, Jason? And thank you as well. I need to point out 303. You know, the energy that we start our day with is what we effectively find in the rest of our day. So the fact that you felt like you have to that you feel that you have the space by which you don't even know me, but you feel the need to throw expletives at me, is very clear about the fact that you're in a deep state of pain. And I hope you find the healing that you need in that pain. But I would encourage you to make sure that you're not projecting it out into the world around you, because that's how you receive it back. So I hope that this message helps. I am going to proceed to block and mute you because I have a very firm rule about being compassionate for those who are in the chat space, and that's inclusive to me as well. But again, I hope that you find the support that you're seeking, and I hope that you reach out to someone about the pain that you're currently experiencing. And I wish you well on your journey. Excellent. And thank you so much. Hi there, Imagine. Thank you so much for those jewels. I appreciate you. Excellent. Oh, thank you so much, Seed. I appreciate you as well. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Excellent. And welcome so much. How you doing today, Dada? Thank you for those likes. Always appreciate it. So good to see you. How are you doing today, dear? And Carla, thank you for joining us as well. I'm doing well today. How are you doing, Dada? Absolutely. And thank you for sharing the live, dear. Good to see you. Avatar, how you doing today? I'll take it, Ida. I don't see that as I don't see that as a negative. How are you doing as well, Joseph? Oh, that's very kind of you, James. Welcome. How you doing today, favorite? All right. And Susan, thank you for the follow. Always appreciate it. How you doing today, Ivana? Good to see you. Absolutely. Tap to claim, Julia. Looking forward to our reading. Oh my gosh, Bridget. Oh, I'm sending them so many positive vibes, dear. So many positive vibes. How you doing today, Lucas? Good to see you, and thank you for the follow. Guys, make sure to give Lucas some love. Readers supporting readers. Absolutely. I hope you're having a beautiful day today, dear. Excellent. Mm-hmm. Grand Rising, Denise. Good to see you as well. Hmm. All right. Mm-hmm. Good call. Yeah, good call, Bridget. Grand Rising, delighted. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. All right, let's get started. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective. But before we do so, we are going to focus on those who have priority. The first person we have that has priority today is going to be Julia. Julia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question that you would like answered. And AM. I and welcome as well. Am, thank you so much for joining us. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you for letting me know. And just a reminder to those joining us, if you have information that you feel is important or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channel. And just a reminder to anyone joining us as well, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you are added to the hold list on. And if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Excellent. Just bear with me one moment. Excellent. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. Mm-hmm. Got it. I got you, dear. Absolutely. You know what? I'm gonna keep the majority of it inside. Specifically, and this is why I'm gonna explain to you why I'm keeping a majority of it inside, because it seems to me that your guides are energetically communicating to you via V non sequiturs. So I recognize and identify the fact that you're probably able to articulate upon the language that's being expressed there. However, when the hard part about it is when guides are communicating via V non sequiturs, it can create confusion for others. So we are going to keep that energetically internal for that reason. But I wanted to communicate to you the reason why so that you understand. And it's because, and this is the thing, yeah, the thing about it, I know that you're effectively looking at that and you're like, it's not cryptic at all. I know that you're fine. You're like, oh yeah, that makes sense, right? Because that is you basically, and we're gonna draw cards on it because that's basically where we see that. Yeah, okay. So you got confirmation on this, but in the meantime, before we start with Julia's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Okay, I've got it here. We're gonna count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, and immediately as soon as I started reading for you, the projection started coming. Say 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cow. I'm gonna leave. You know where to find the projections to see what you're effectively having to navigate or work through, but I'm leaving them there right now for you because I know that you understand the point of reference by which I'm articulating upon them. Can I get 4 cards, please? Thank you, and thank you for being the first person on the list today. You'll actually have an additional card. Thank you so much. Yep. Can I get one more, please? Okay. So first, I want to remind you about what I said about the fact that after we effectively met, be prepared, like be prepared for some expansions aspects coming through. So this is confirmation on what I was trying to articulate for you that you could potentially expect. Um, One of the things that you have to recognize in relationality to what I see, and I feel like you probably recognize that a lot of what you're getting right now is recall, right? And it's not just the fact that you're going through a recollection moment, but you're understanding, and the best way I can describe it is when you're working through guides that are very high frequency, the best way I can, how do I say this? They're busy. They don't have time for chit chat. Okay, they don't have time for chit. They don't have time to be like, "How are you? How are things?" No, they don't have time for that. They don't have time for that. They don't. They don't. They don't. They don't have time for that, right? It's not. And it's not. It's and so you have to understand that a lot of that work that we potentially see is occurring there is you potentially, and I keep on getting, these are memories that you're energetically receiving as it relates to how you used to energetically communicate with a guide, is what I'm getting. And the a lot of the stuff that we're seeing there, and I think that you probably recognize it, it's very the best way I can describe it is it's very akashic. And when something is energetically akashic, you have to understand it's the ability to effectively try to communicate a lot of information in a very discrete amount of wording, or in a lot of in a discrete way. So what you're effectively, I think that what you probably recognize, I'm just going to tell you, you're effectively identifying or recognizing the observation of moving into, right, like the best way I can describe that is you, that's you hearing the scribe of the scribing of the record, as it were, right? That's the best way I can describe what you're seeing there, right? And I want to write that down for you. Hold on a minute, let me find it. Where's your book? Let me find your book. Okay. So that's cool. Oh, there you are. Give me a minute. Yeah. What? You gotta really. The funny part is it's a big book, so it's like. Hold on a minute. Just write this down. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. And so I need to point out that we're getting. Remember how I articulated to you that you had an angelic around you that was trying to bring you to a guide. Well, I feel like I have a feeling you just heard that guide. Okay. Everything you were hearing, everything that you were hearing was you connecting to that guide because you were hearing that guide at work. Okay. So you were basically hearing that guide at work. is what I'm seeing there. So I want you to be conscientious about that, because I feel like there's something about that that's energetically important. Now, um, and it's interesting too, because like this is the type of energy, like this is the type of energy that guide has, right? I bet that's, does this feel a little bit, oh, like, does this have a little bit of that energetic feeling that you were having when you were energetically connecting to that guide? Because you see, like the observation of them kind of moving through things like that, that's how they communicate. And the thing about it is, and I'll put it this way, if what you were effectively hearing there made sense to you, then that's confirmation that that's potentially your guide. Okay, because you're basically understanding that the state or nature by which they effectively communicate is one by which they're often describing, right? They're describing is what I see. So I want you to be conscientious, because it says to me that that guide is working with you. You're in alignment because that guide is working with you very presently. Okay, is the best way I can describe it. And so the reason that they're working with you very presently is because, um, yeah, because we're effectively identifying or recognizing that um, this was you having to effectively. I want you to understand the significance of that is you overcoming a rather significant, like a rather significant karmic hurdle is the best thing that I can articulate there. And the thing you have to recognize or understand in relationality to working, like, and we're going to kind of talk about this, right? Um, your ability to effectively articulate or amplify to another, right? Your ability to articulate or amplify to another um, what you what you yourself identify as positive or productive. Um, everything that I'm potentially seeing there, right? Everything that we're potentially seeing there has to do with the state or the nature of the work um, that you are moving towards. And the thing that I'm identifying there that's very important is, and the best way I can describe it is, there's something that we're energetically seeing there, and I think that you probably recognize this too. Um, you're stepping out of your comfort zone in the best way possible, but in the space by which you're stepping um, out of your comfort zone, you're stepping back into a past life version of yourself, is what I'm getting, because that version of you used to do that all the time. This is what I keep like. That version, that's you, like that's you coming back. It's like, I want to describe, it's like you coming back into alignment to a certain extent. But the important thing that we're effectively identifying in that is, and again, when it comes to some of those, messages that you were energetically receiving, I feel that what they're basically identifying or articulating to you is it's reminding you, right? It's effectively reminding you of who you used to be, that you are currently embodying. that you are currently embodying, which means you're getting closer, like you're getting closer to your higher self, because you're integrating. Can I get some bottom of the deck on this reading, please? We've got the King of Swords in its reversal, and the King of Swords in its reversal works us through. The King of Swords in its reversal is effectively the hard part about this that we're identifying. I feel like it has a lot to do. I need to describe this. Like, this is something that you're going to, like, I think I said this to you. You're healing from a lot of protege energy. Okay. And I want to describe, like, and here's the thing about it. Oh, you know what? It's funny too, because as soon as I said that, like the cord of my mic came off, right? You've got a guide that's really irate. Like, you've got a guide that's really irate, that someone ever thought, like, that anyone that someone ever looked at you um with the perception of being a protege. Okay? Because you have to understand, and the best way I can describe this is proteges proteges are the result of patronizing systems. And you have to understand that patronizing systems are not connected to gender at all. It has to do with the state or nature by which one effectively collaborates, right? Because when you're looking at a system that potentially tries to patronize, then it tries to identify that no one can be energetically unique, because somebody's looking for duplications of their own force, right? So that's why I feel that there's something important and significant that's happening, particularly as it relates to your own, even in the space by which you are working through that. Because I feel like the karmic energy that I feel like you're gonna, like, that you are recognizing that you're gonna encounter is like your word there is protege, which is someone that doesn't necessarily try to honor your unique gift, but tries to articulate that they see potential in you for you to become like them. So I want you to be conscientious about that, because that is effectively what I see that you are effectively healing from. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to receive them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are... Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And in relationality to how that connects to the counterpart, like, I feel like that's the message. I feel like the energy that I'm seeing that was disgusted by that is the counterpart energy, which is somebody saying you are nobody's protege, right? You are unique in yourself. You're not looking, it's not the space by which another, like, your counterpart's not going to see potential in you, they're going to see perfection within you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages. And as I mentioned, I left some of that projection energy up for the period of time that we were doing that reading, so you could see some of that energy that is potentially, it's gonna be there, but it's like you're kind of just to be energetically aware of it. Okay. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And as I mentioned, if you'd like to get on the list right now, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for. The second person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation to my super fams or my paid members. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right, and let me, you know what, here's the thing about it. I'm just gonna wait. Can you just let me know, Julia, when you're done observing the projection energy, and then I'm gonna go ahead and dispel it. Yep, absolutely. All right, got you. And thank you so much, Avatar, for being here and receiving these messages. And thank you for those gifts, dear. Lucas! Oh, thank good. Look at you. You've got people trying to pretend to be you. It's good to see you. How are you doing today, dear? Guys, I'm gonna pin up. I was checking on that too. We've got the Lucases here. Guys, make sure to give this Lucas a follow, okay? Readers supporting readers. How are you doing today, dear? Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but here's the thing about like and this that like that's the thing about it. I need to point out. Yeah, and that's the thing about like when you say yuck, like I want to point when you feel like there's like it's like yuck to the highest power, right? Which is like if somebody wants to like if someone wants to like and I feel like that's what you're effectively doing, which is like when another person is like trying to get in a fight like you've already kind of done it, right? You're just moving beyond it and continue to do that work. Exactly. You've got that, Julia. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, thank you so much, Erin. I'm doing well. I'm doing well today. Yeah, hold on a minute. Oh, I adore that, Lucas. You got a little of that Scorpio in there in you though, right? Like yeah, you got a little bit of that. You got a little bit of that Scorpio energy. All right, good, Julia. I wanted you to see it, so now I can remove it. Except I got you. Hold on a minute. Mm-hmm. Yep. But that's like I feel like to a certain extent that's what your guides have been doing, right? Like you realize that's what your guide was doing. I wanted you to see it, so now I can remove it. Absolutely. How are you doing today, Travel? Absolutely. I'm sending you support if that one resonated as well, Travel. Listen, Sing, you don't have to pay anything to be here. So the way that we do it here are the donations. The reason we articulate that the readings are donation based is often the messages, the way the guides work is the message that another person needs may be received through another person's reading. We're also about to get started on the daily collective. So if you stick around, that'll be available to you as well. Absolutely. Now, of course. And for those who become paid members, we do also offer free one cards each day. I hope that helps, dear. Thank you. You're so welcome as well, Monkey. I know. It's just it's well, it's gonna be this type of energy, right? It's just it's the way it is. Chiron Scorpio. Yeah, you see that? But that's the thing about it. Like I get it. Chiron Scorpio is wild. Like Chiron Scorpio is some wild stuff. Because the thing about it, I need to point out, Chiron Scorpios will give warning shots, right? Chiron Scorpios will be like, whatever you do, don't do that, right? And someone will be like, go, what, this? And be like, I told you. I told you. I told, I literally told you, right? I literally told you not to, right? And then somebody's upset because they'll take it as provocatively, and you being like, there wasn't anything provocative about it. Okay, you know? I can see it. Understood. Oh, that's wild. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Oh, and yeah, there's that south. Like that's what I mean with the South Node in Scorpio being like, like you're like, I wasn't saying not to facetiously. I was saying it actually. Right? Yeah, absolutely, Julia. I don't, like, here's the thing. I don't mind a Saturn return in Aries, right? Like a Saturn, like I mean, a Saturn in retrograde, like a Saturn retrograde in Aries is, it's often working into. Oh, thank you so much, Sing. Thank you so much for that donation. I appreciate you. I'm happy to draw a card for you for that if you have a question. Like a Saturn retrograde in Aries is like time is of the essence, right? It's like it's about utilizing time as efficiently as possible. But the thing about it, and I need to point this out, and this will I'm going to tell you exactly what you can expect when you got that Neptune in retrograde with the Saturn in retrograde in Aries, right? You can't be upset if someone's using their time effectively, right? Like that's the thing about it, right? You can't be up in your feelings if another person is using their time effectively. Okay, it's like, and but you know what I mean, like but you be but what happens, right? Like what happens when others are like too much in their ego, right? You'll see people, right? You'll see people like too up in their ego being like, oh, that person, being like, why are you upset at that person? They use their they use their time so effectively. It's like, what, are you okay? Like, are you okay? Are you okay? Like, it's that type of energy. So I mean, like, I'm just giving you a heads up on what we can potentially expect, but that's pretty much like it's silly, right? It's that type of stuff. So just be conscientious about that. We are going to get started on today's collective read, but just a reminder, if you want to get on the list for if you want to go on the list for a full reading, you can get on the list right now. It's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give information on anything in a private reading, and you can book private readings on my site. Excellent. All right. Mm-hmm. Saturn is in fall in Aries, but the retrograde period actually helps Saturn. Thank you for confirming, Lucas. You understand. And here's the thing about it. We need to change our relationship to retrogrades, right? Just because, just because, just because a planet is in retrograde, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing, you know? Like it depends on the context by which we're experiencing the retrograde, you know? Oh, thank you so much, Lucas. I appreciate you. Yeah, so Esteban, you're going to be the first person on the list once we complete the daily collective. So the way that it typically works is anybody who's on the list before we go live has priority, which means they're read before the collective, and anyone who gets on the list once we go live is read after the collective. I hope that helps clarify. No, but even Mercury, Lucas, like I know, listen, I was talking about this. This Mercury retrograde was I was articulating that this Mercury, I guarantee for a lot of individuals, the Mercury retrograde pre-shadow of this Mercury retrograde was probably harder than the Mercury retrograde proper. Because a Mercury retrograde in Cancer, right? A Mercury retrograde in Cancer at the time of a Cancer new moon in Cancer season, right? Is is like something slowing down, right? It's something slowing down beneficially. It's something slowing down in a positive way. However, it's like a lot of that work, right? Like sometimes, like, and I like to point this out, right? Like it's like Mercury in retrograde in Cancer is working through being overly careful, right? And that's not necessarily a negative thing, right? That's potentially a positive one, because when we care about things, we're extra careful about them, right? Mm-hmm. My Cancer moon was crying in the cloud. That's a good way of putting that, Julia. Absolutely. Excellent. Mm-hmm. All right, as I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on on today's collective. But before we begin the collective, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the seal. We'll do that again after the next reading. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. And just a reminder as well, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, all I need you to do is let me know the date that you were added to the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back to it as well. Just bear with me one moment. Excellent. All right. And please remember, we've got 2 different giveaways we're doing today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure that you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway that we're doing today is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Currently, we have that as Avatar. Thank you so much for all of those lovely gifts. I appreciate you. Avatar at 315. And just a reminder to those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos. If you would like to get on the list for today, you can also get on the list via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Just bear with me one moment. All right. Excellent. And Numbwere, thank you so much for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And thank you, Dada, for sharing the live as well. Thank you, Avatar, for sharing the live. Thank you for also confirming on the reading on the recap Sunday. Good to see you today. Excellent. And how are you doing today as well, Lig? You have a great day as well, Sing. I appreciate you. All right, just bear with me a moment, friends, as I get the stream set up. Yep, perfect. Excellent. All right. Wonderful. No better time. And as I mentioned, friends, if you'd like to get on the list today, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Thursday, July 23rd, 2026. We are going to be starting with our welcome. We are going to be having our masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy update today. We are going to be starting with the energy of masculine. I've got here the Smith-Waite Centennial deck that we'll be reading for masculine with. Can I get 3 cards for the headspace of masculine right now? 1, 2, 3. We have here the Temperance card in its upright, in combination with the Knight of Wands in its upright, in combination with the Six of Swords in its upright. I like to see this energy as it relates to masculine energy, because what we effectively identify with energy like this is working through, it is navigating and appreciating energetic efficiency, right? The work that we are able to identify and articulate in terms of being able to see how quickly, right, how quickly things move when we are invested in expediency. Because the thing that you have to recognize and observe is when we're working into the context of the self. And this is what I meant. Like, we got to be ready for this. I was literally talking about this before we started today's podcast, and it's basically what we can energetically prepare for. Okay, this is the kind of silly stuff that we can prepare for when we are moving into Saturn being in retrograde in Aries in combination with Neptune being in retrograde in Aries, right? And it has to do with the fact that when we're working with a sense of purpose, we try to effectively utilize and move through things as swiftly as possible, right? It's that observation of being able to do something with energetic swiftness that allows us to be able to get more done. So that observation, right? And this is the thing about it, right? Like Saturn in retrograde in Aries is actually in a strange way beneficial because it works in harmony with the way that Aries typically feels in relationality to time, right? Saturn retrograding in Aries talks about the ability, like the time is of the essence, right? And when time is of the essence, then one works with the space of navigating time very preciously, right? So that preciousness of time, we're potentially, I would not be surprised that while we're going through that Saturn in retrograde in Aries, right, you seeing a lot of energy working fastidiously in that capacity. However, right, and this is the hard part that we're potentially going to have to recognize that's going to occur because we've got Neptune in retrograde in Aries, and that is a little bit different, right? Because Neptune in Aries, retrograding in Aries, has to do with the observation of what potentially occurs when we are not energetically good with our feelings, right? When we are not inclined to feel our feelings, it's easy to project on another what our feelings are and the feelings that don't make sense. So, what do we effectively prepare yourself, right? Literally prepare yourself for the experience by which we're probably going to be moving into that the space with a Saturn in retrograde and Neptune in retrograde, by which there you are, right? Trying to do everything you can to be as precious and effective with time as you possibly can, and having to navigate others who are deep in their feelings about the fact that you're able to effectively work with time so effectively, right? Because essentially what we effectively see that occurs in that. And when we are effectively working through our energetic feelings, right? When we're navigating into that, it requires the observation of being able to heal it because this is beautiful energy. It's absolutely beautiful energy to heal one's relationship to time, right? And if you use it, right? And the way that you heal your relationship to time is by using it as effectively as possible. It's by using it. It's by using it as effectively as possible, right? Because that's like you and time having a high five, being like, "Look what I did! Look what I did with you! Look what we did!" Right? But when we're not in that space, right? then often then often it's the space by which others get like work through their feelings upon it. So I want you to recognize and identify that that may be coming up right now. So I want you to make sure, like particularly especially as you're navigating through experiences right now, and I feel like for a lot of the masculine energy that's working to heal, right? Like it's hard too because I feel like I see a lot of this masculine energy that's very in tune with one's feelings, right? But like when one isn't working through the attunement with one's feelings, you like to make like we like what is the best sign that one is not in attune with one's feelings? One tries to make one's feelings others, right? Others responsibility, right? Like what are you going to do with these feelings? And the thing about it is often, right, when we basically do that, right, when we articulate and we put the feelings on display in that way, right, it often creates the understanding of the quality and condition by which we arrive to it, right? And so I feel like that's what's interesting with some of this healed masculine energy. It's the observation of saying, what are you going to do about all these feelings? Which is often identifying the ineptitude of another person to be able to deal with those feelings. So I feel like this is important because I feel like there's something very profound in the state or nature by which, right, the state or nature by which the healed masculine energy is effectively helping to understand, right? Right, that is what is an attitude, right? What is an attitude? Like if you want the definition of an attitude, right, the definition of an attitude is, what are you going to do about all these feelings I have? Right? Like, what are you going to do? Right? And so typically the answer is, right, Like that is the sound or the shape of another person energetically projecting. And this is going to bring us to feminine. However, and one of the cards, I need to point out, one of the cards from the Smith-Waite system stuck to the table. So feminine has a card from the Smith-Waite system there. King of Swords in its reversal. There's always a caveat, right? It's okay to have an attitude, right? Again, we've got 3 different cards here. We're actually pulling from the Tarot of the Nouveau for feminine. Nouveau Tarot. Look at that. We got another Knight of Wands. This one's in its reversal. We got a lot of court cards. Got a lot of court cards over here in the feminine space. We got the King of Swords in its reversal. We got another Knight of Swords, Wands in its reversal, and pulling from the Aquarian Tarot, Queen of Wands in its upright. Wow, that is some intense energy for feminine. All court cards in the headspace of feminine. Which is, and the thing I keep on seeing about this is feminine basically identifying and saying, feminine is basically articulating and having, and here's the thing about it, right? An attitude is appropriate if something is not okay, right? An attitude is appropriate if something is not okay, because the state or nature by which it's not an attitude, right? If you're giving someone healthy directions. Remember that we articulated that an attitude is what are you going to do with all these feelings, right? Feminine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, clarifying the difference between an attitude and a sense of standards. Because an attitude does not like to qualify upon why one has feelings, right? That's why it's a problem. That's why it's an attitude problem. It's an attitude problem when you've got feelings, but you're not really inclined to explain why. Right. And that's the thing about it. That is a trauma game right there. Right. If you got feelings, if you got an attitude with your feelings, what are you gonna do with all these feelings? Right. And there's a question mark as to where the feelings come from, then that is an attention. That's attention, right? That is a call or a plea for attention. So this is why we see the feminine that articulates. It says if one has strong feelings and one is able to speak clearly upon what one would energetically prefer to be done about them, right? That is healing, right? That is healing, because that is a healthy conversation upon what would be, right, upon what would be energetically preferable. So we see that for a lot of the energy effectively working through circumstances and situations of that nature, that observation, right? That observation is effectively what is allowing, right? What is allowing something to get energetically better. And a lot of that work that we potentially see that is occurring there as it relates to something getting better is via the communication or the understanding that when we're in a healthy space, right? We identify and recognize. It feels like a lot of the feminine energy working upon the conversation of emotional hygiene. And what is emotional hygiene? Emotional hygiene is the space or nature by which one recognizes or identifies that feelings are not anthemic. Feelings are not negative. The quality and condition by which one is expressing feelings is directly correlated to the qualifier by which one is working to change something. Okay? If you have feelings because something should not be so difficult, if you've got feelings because there needs to be a better way, that isn't an attitude. That's a plan. That's a plan. That's not an attitude. That's a plan. That's not an attitude. That's a plan. And feminine is exhausted by being able to see, right, see the clear path. And while feminine is articulating upon their own energetic frustration upon the fact that the path is not clear, someone tries to articulate upon the fact that they have an attitude about it. That's not an attitude. That is valid. That's a valid feeling. So what do we see that feminine's doing? Feminine is getting very good at being able to determine the difference between a valid emotion, right? The validity of an emotional reaction to something that is not acceptable, versus those who try to validate, to identify that all of their feelings need to be honored without doing the work to explain why they have them, right? Completely different thing. Completely different thing. This is why we talk about not all feelings. We don't just immediately respect all feelings. We investigate feelings to determine whether they are to be respected. This brings us to the non-binary energy. And for non-binary right now, we're going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Divine. 3 cards, please. 2, 3. We've got the World card in its upright, the 3 of Cups in its upright, and the 9 of Cups in its reversal. So what are we effectively seeing there for non-binary? There's something, I just keep on getting observe, don't absorb. There's something very important there related to observe, don't absorb. And the reason I'm getting related to observe, don't absorb is, you know, I feel like there's a qualifier here about what it means, you know, and I feel like this energy is already deep in Leo season. And Leo season, and the thing about it, you have to understand, Leo energy is about leading with compassion, right? And the thing about it is, you know, there are those who lack compassion hear the words, have you tried leading with compassion? And they're like, are you kidding? They look at another person, right? Like they don't even they don't even know what the word means. But compassion, you have to understand, compassion is the identification, right? Is the application on care for things, right? You can't make a decision on things until you've tried to put some care on them. Okay? You can't you can't you don't make decisions on things until you put a little bit of care on it. And the reason you understand, and here's the reason, right? Because when you're dealing with a situation and you put compassion on it, what happens to that compassion will tell you everything you need to know about the situation, right? Because the thing about it is when you're in a non-compassionate space, the compassion will be grabbed for and someone will demand more of it, right? Like there you are, like there you'll be putting compassion on something. And what is the sound that you hear from another person? Is that all the compassion you have? Right? Right? We don't try to empty each other's pockets when it comes to compassion, but often the state or nature by which we identify or understand, right? Like working through that energetic qualifier, right? Allows us to be able to identify and recognize what feels most important or what feels most significant. So I see, like, the thing about it is what I'm basically seeing here is I feel like I see the energy that's potentially putting compassion on things, right? But also recognizing it's frustrating, right? Because sometimes you'll sit there and you'll put compassion on something, right? And someone will be like, where'd the compassion go? They're like, oh, the compassion disappeared. Why? I don't know. I keep on putting compassion on it and it just keeps on disappearing. Someone keeps on taking the compassion and not leaving any compassion there, right? And once one is aware of a compassionate a compassion stealing space, one typically does one's best to avoid it, right? Like that's all you can really do to a certain extent. And the observation of that, right? The observation of that doesn't change the quality by which one is trying to put compassion towards things. But this allows the context by which you have more compassion to be able to effectively right? This is what we identify is energetically necessary as it relates to having healthy boundaries, right? Because if you're overly compassionate, prepared to be exhausted, if you're not carrying healthy standards where you're bringing that compassion. So I feel like that's what a lot of the work, a lot of the energy is doing right now, right? They're holding, like they're extending compassion to things, but with a very healthy sense, with a very healthy sense of standard. And here's the thing about it. When you like when you walk into certain places with compassion and standards, there will be energy that says, "Who do you think you are?" Right? And the answer is, "I think I'm you." Right? I think I'm giving you exactly what I would expect in kind. And there's nothing selfish about that. That is the greatest gift that we create for one another, right? The extension and the understanding by which we are working, right? By which we're energetically working upon things in a unified fashion. So I feel like there's something really important about that, because for a lot of the energy doing that work, that energetic observation, right? Working towards things in a way that one is trying to do the best that one can, right? If something that you see there makes one upset, right? That's why it feels energetically reasonable to feel that sense, because that feeling is the healing, right? It's not just about accepting things the way they are. It's being able to understand that we have the capability to make things better every step of the way. This brings us to back into the masculine energy. And for masculine energy right now, we're going to be utilizing, we're going to be reading into the heart space of masculine. And we're going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Nouveau. 3 cards, please. We've got, oh, there's so many. This is fascinating. We've got a lot of court cards right now. A lot of court cards here. So what are we effectively seeing right now with the court cards? We've got the Page of Wands in its reversal. We've got the Nine of Cups in its reversal. And we have the Nine of Swords in its reversal. So let's talk about this energy, because what we're effectively identifying in relationality to this energy is when we're working through, like, there's a lot of 9 energy here. And a lot of that 9 energy that I see is, and I feel like there's a lot of healing right now that's happening in the masculine heart space as it relates to recognizing the shape of neglect in one's own experience, right? The ability to try to teach someone to pull themselves up from one's bootstraps is the song of neglect, right? The song of neglect is often someone saying, I'm teaching you, right? I'm teaching you not to believe, not to trust in anyone, or not to trust in anything. And often what happens in the context by which another person tries to create false stoicism, but it's actually neglect, right? That is the nature of the wound that we see a lot of the masculine working through, right? The false stoicism that is actually neglect, right? The observation of another that does not desire or aspire to help another, that says, I'm doing a benefit to you by not doing anything for you. I'm going to say that again. I'm doing a benefit to you by not doing anything for you, right? Because that is a false narrative. Because when we truly care about one another, we prepare each other for our excellence, right? When we care about each other, we prepare each other for our excellence. We don't create false abandonment wounds in one another and then try to pin a medal on our chest by saying, look how well I energetically abandoned someone, right? Right? Like that is the shape, and this is often what happens to a lot of the masculine energy that works to heal, right? Is having to navigate the space by which they become like one. It's basically like it's a self-created, it's a trauma environment, right? It's the false illusion of unhealthy masculine energy that tries to convince masculine energy that masculinity is a trauma environment, right? And when one realizes that, right? When one realizes that the reason that another person would create the observation of masculinity in a trauma environment is creating the situation or circumstance by which they don't need to think or care about someone, right? Being like, oh, look, I've made you self sufficient, which basically says, I don't have to do anything for you. And then tries to ascribe or see that as some kind of prize. It's no prize because all it creates is a legacy of pain. All it creates is a legacy of isolation. All it creates is a legacy of loneliness that is often projected outwards, failing to recognize the reason that it's there is because another person tried to articulate that neglect was some kind of gift that they were giving another. So when we recognize that, we work upon building into, I feel like I see a lot of the healthy masculine energy working into building better narratives, working into building the identification of understanding that compassion, right, is not about doing everything for each other, but setting each other up for excellence as much as we can, right? The ability to effectively set each other up for excellence at every moment is one that is articulated by being able to prepare one another for what one can energetically expect. So I feel like for a lot of the energy working through that, they are effectively being the shape of the change that they need to see in the world, right? And what are you experiencing in the process of doing it? Someone being like, that's not very masculine of you, right? And being like, because if you're trying to do something, if you're trying to be something, it's probably because you're not it, right? If you're qualifying, if you're putting the comparison of everything you do to what would be the masculine thing to do, never have you felt more further away from what it means to be masculine. Because when you're embodying something, you're not comparing something to it, right? You are the energy of it. While for feminine energy, 3 cards, please. And we're going to be utilizing for feminine right now the Tarot of the Divine for the heart space of feminine. 3 cards, please. We've got the 5 of Wands in its reversal, the 9 of Wands in its reversal, and the Queen of Swords in its upright. So what are we effectively, wow, and I want to point this out, this is really important here, right? Because we've got a Queen of Wands in its upright with a Queen of Swords in its upright, right? Queen of Wands and Queen of Swords. And so this is, you want to talk about self-sufficient. Look at this. Look at this energy here. And here's the thing about it. I like to see, this is what we like to see, right? This is what we like to see in the feminine energy here, okay? Because this energy here recognizes that when one is moving, like when one is identifying and working towards things, it's not, you can't be in competition with anything if you're in the process of doing something excellent. Okay? Why would you ever spend a single moment trying to tear someone down when you could be lifting each other up? Right? Here's the thing about it. Like, I feel like there's something really important about the healthy feminine energy that understands and recognizes that. Right? It's the observation of effectively working through things. And it's through that working through, right? Like it's giving each other the benefit of the doubt, right? It's working through things to a certain extent. And the thing about it, and I like to point out, the thing about the Queen of Swords, right? The Queen of Swords is not waving their sword around. Okay? The Queen of Swords, I don't know if you've seen this card. This person is holding their sword, right? Which means they're not leading, right? They're not leading with force. But and here's the thing about it, and this is the most important thing about it, right? When you understand the capacity of your strength, you don't feel like you need to go around showing it off, right? When you understand, and this is what I'm talking about, this is what we can expect, right? This is what you can expect with energy. This is what you can expect with energy working, like when we've got Neptune and Saturn in retrograde, right? The observation, the observation of what another does in the state or nature of seeing or recognizing another individual at a point of vulnerability, right, tells you everything you need to know, right? Tells you everything that you need to know about a person or individual, right? And I know it's, and here's the thing about it. And I feel like for a lot of the feminine energy, it's hard because the observation of understanding that vulnerability is protective, right? And when one understands that one works to effectively protect vulnerability, um, the observation of working towards that, like that is one of the highest purposes that one can effectively identify, because in the context by which one is energetically doing that, then one recognizes and understands the state or nature by which one is not moving through things, taking things personally, right? But one is effectively the force of healing in everything. So I feel like I see, and here's the thing about it, and this is what I feel like a lot of the feminine energy is working through, right? The observation of being able to understand. I feel like this has been hard for feminine energy at times to recognize, but when you are moving through something and trying to be the force of healing, right? Observe what another person does with that energetic compassion, right? Observing what another person does with that compassion. Effectively, it's a continuation of what I said. It says everything you need to know. It's never a failure, right? It's never a failure to lead with compassion, because the compassion you lead with informs you to the quality and the nature of the person that you are experiencing. I'm going to say that again, right? And this is why feminine energy should never feel silly, nor anyone for that reason, with leading from compassion, because the state or nature, right, when you understand that the compassion that you apply to things will provide you information on the shape and quality and nature of an individual, then you don't get hurt if another person is not in the space by which they're effectively meeting the compassion with the same force of intention. One effectively just observes it, right? Notates it, and allows that to build into, right, the shape of one's own intention. And it's hard, it's painful, it's frustrating, right? You're gonna be going around putting compassion on things, and you're gonna see some ugly things in the process, right? But when you're seeing ugly things and you know the ugliness that you see is because you tried to put compassion on something and it wasn't met with the same kind of care, then that ugliness that you see is blessed, because it's blessed because you can see, right, the full shape of what is unhealed or what needs healing. This brings us to the non-binary energy. 3 cards for non-binary, please. We're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. 3 cards, please, in the heart space. Woo! One's transverse. Got a lot of 9s out today. We got a 9. It's Leo season. We got a 9 of cups in his transverse. 9 of cups in his transverse. What else we got here? What else we got? Come on in. Yep. Yep. We've got the Knight of Cups in its upright. Knight of Cups in its upright. And the World card in its upright. I keep on getting, like, put some respect on it. Put some respect on it. Why am I getting it's like the thing about it is it's what it means to the thing about it is um when we're being energetically respectful, right? When we're being like the word is respect. And the thing is you have to understand is when we are being respective, then we respect what another person is articulating that they would like to do, right? Pay attention, like it's being like that's what it means, right? You'll see somebody like when you are being respectful, right? Being respectful is doing what another person is articulating for one to do, right? And this is why when you start healing, you start working to clear passive aggressiveness, okay? Because passive aggressiveness creates disrespectful circumstances, right? Because here everybody is, right? Passive aggressiveness is one of the most toxic things you can possibly imagine, right? Because there you are trying to be respectful, right? And when you're saying to when you're trying to be respectful, you say, "What would you like done?" Right? That is what respect is. What would you like done? That is all that respect means. When you understand that respect means, what would you like done? Right? Then you understand that passive aggressiveness is antithetical to respective situations. Because someone goes, "Oh, it's fine, it's fine," but it wasn't fine, right? "Oh no, don't do that," but it wasn't okay. That is so energetically toxic because it literally creates a situation by which another person can be wounded no matter what happens, right? It allows someone to occupy an energy where no matter what happens, they can come out feeling energetically hurt, right? Because either one is being passive aggressive and you can say, "Oh, I told them not to and they did," or being like, "I said that, but I didn't really mean it," right? When you understand that the worst energy, that the shape of trauma exists in passive aggressiveness, then we become very articulate, very quick in terms of being able to identify and recognize not only the feelings of ourselves and the feelings of another, but there you go, right? Pay attention to how you will be respective in situations, and someone will be like, "Can you believe the audacity of that person? What's wrong? Oh my God, I told them what I wanted and they did it," right? Prepare for those who cannot embody the healing journey because they themselves are not working towards their own right their own energetic ability to articulate and to be mindful of it, because this is what happens. Because in the space or nature, right, we should never have blurry lines. No blurry lines when it comes to the state or nature of our purpose. And the reason we say no blurry lines is because when you start working through blurry lines, it's the sound of nothing ever energetically getting done, right? It's the holding song of everything, right? It's the state or nature by which it just creates, right? It just creates static. It just creates uncomfortability. It doesn't create anything that is able to effectively be done with a sense of determination. So we see that for a lot of the energy working through that, I feel like this is the energy that effectively identifies and recognizes that the work that they do to be energetically clear and respective, it's not just the fact that they do that for themselves, but they do it in a way that's energetically beneficial to others, right? Because every time you articulate that respect is saying, "What would you like done?" Right? And another person can eagerly meet that, right? Then that is the sound of something, that is the sound of a sanctuary. That is the sound of a safe space being created. That is the sound of identifying that the sounds we hear are correct. They don't create energetic confusion at every moment as we try to parse out what is actually what another person means versus what they are effectively afraid to say or effectively not articulating upon. So I feel like for a lot of the energy, working through that, like literally working through some things and having others being upset at them, right? And being like, "Why is that person upset at you?" Being like, "Because I respected their wishes." Why? What? Like, yeah, that happens, right? It's wild, but that often is indicative, right? that is often indicative of understanding the full nature of what one is healing from. So if you're going through those experiences, remember you're not alone, right? Remember that you're not alone. It's sometimes the hardest thing to navigate, but remembering that the clarity that we bring to things is the space by which we articulate something and we say, I can definitely, if that's what you identify, then that is what we can effectively facilitate. That is the sound of the healing that we bring to circumstances or situations. Continuing to get clarity, moving back to masculine energy, unconscious space, we're going to be utilizing for masculine right now. One moment. Dun, dun, dun. We're going to be utilizing for masculine right now the Tarot of the Divine. 3 cards, please. 1, 2, 3. We've got the Ace of Cups in its upright. We've got the Death card in its upright. And we've got the Page of Cups in its upright. I told you, a lot of court cards out today. Welcome to Leo season. And here's the thing about it. You know, the observation and the understanding of working towards, right? Working towards things with a sense of determination and purpose is often articulated and defined in relation to being able to energetically observe what we ourselves are working to resolve within our own sense of self. And I feel like for a lot of this energy that I'm seeing here, right? And I need to describe that for a lot of the masculine energy that's working on healing, the observation, right? The observation of identifying, right? Having empathy for the quality and condition of others that frames the nature of the ability to recognize or identify the energetic circumstances of another is often the qualifier by which we ourselves have moved through our own healing journeys. And why do we effectively see that? Because the observation of understanding the quality and condition by which we work on our inner child healing, and that quality and condition by which we work through our inner child healing, you'll often notate it's the ability by which one allows oneself the permission, right? The permission to look through to the world with a sense of wonder and possibility, right? And that wonder and possibility, the wonder and possibility that is prematurely curbed by others trying to impress upon the self that one must identify or work through an energetic abandonment wound, is this understanding that we can move through experiences, right? We can effectively identify. You can have both, right? You can have both. It does not require the conscientious point of choice. You can be strong and still be empathetic, right? You can be, you can be vulnerable and also have really strong boundaries. And in fact, actually, that's what Stoicism means, right? Tall tree, deep roots, that when one is working into one's own excellence, then one understands that the quality and nature, the quality and nature by which you're connected to your emotions is equally proportional to how vulnerable you can be with them, right? The ability by which you're able to be energetically resilient is in the space or nature by which you're able to stay energetically steadfast, right? It's not, right? It's not about blocking things out. It's not about ramping things up. It's about the observation of trying to build an energetic, like focusing on an energy of oneself that is robust, And when one is robust, then one has a lot of different facets, right? And something that is robust has a lot of facets, which means there are many different parts of us. But this is often what happens in the false journey of masculinity, right? The false journey of masculinity tries to articulate and say, are you going to do this? Are you going to become this thing? And being like, what? Where did that come from? Right? Because often you have to understand that the shape and nature of trauma, right? When you understand that the shape and nature of trauma is going, I'm going to become the thing that hurt me, but meaner, then you understand that there's a false, right? That the false context of masculinity is focused more upon becoming bigger than the thing that hurt us, which just means that we become more of the thing that hurt us, rather than creating a life when we're truly doing our inner child healing, by which the thing that hurt us can never happen again, right? Imagine a world where when we go through things, we don't focus on becoming more of that thing, but we focus upon becoming the force that prevents or protects or allows the context of the transformation by which that would not even be a consideration in the first place. And so that's what we see a lot of that energy doing, right? And I almost feel like I hear a lot of that energy. Someone's going, you're not being masculine enough. And masculine going, I can't hear you. I'm too busy becoming the force of change in the world. I can't hear you. I can't hear you telling me I'm not being masculine enough over all of this masculinity I'm putting on everything through activation, through showing others what it means to energetically step forward in that way. So this is why we see that for a lot of the energy working through that and even working through others, right? Like as you're doing that, like be prepared for energy projecting, right? Projecting and projecting and projecting, telling you that you're not being enough of yourself, right? How can you ever be anything else? And that space of being the version of the self that we're energetically proud of, that is us answering the call, particularly and especially as it understands that when we identify masculinity not as a code of conduct, but by an identity, right? Then we are empowered to add our voice to it. While for feminine energy, 3 cards for feminine, we've got, and for feminine, we're going to be utilizing for feminine right now we're going to be utilizing the tarot, the Nouveau Tarot. 3 cards, please. We've got the 8. We've got the 8 of Wands in its reversal. We've got the Ace of Wands in its reversal. A lot of wands here. And we got the 2 of Swords in its reversal. Yeah, we've got the Ace of Wands in this reversal, the Ace of Wands in its reversal, and the 2 of Swords in its reversal. And what we effectively identify through that energy, the best thing we can identify through that energy is it's working into the observation and the context of when you understand, right? The sound of you being your best self is working through others' disappointment. Then I feel like this is a lot of feminine that is effectively healed, because when others say you've disappointed me, the only answer you should say is, what were you expecting? Right? Because there's a lot of interesting things in that expectation. Right? There's a lot of, somebody cannot say that they're disappointing you without telling you what they expected of you, right? Because when you understand, right, when you understand the quality and condition of manifesting, having mutual manifestation goals, and you want to build into the context of assuming that others have the same manifestation goals that you yourself do, right? Then somebody articulating their disappointment doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything unless they're willing to articulate what the manifestation goal was. Because if their manifestation goal is different from what your manifestation goal is, then you should delight in disappointing others. Because as you move towards your manifestation goal, you're going to hear others say, you're disappointing me, right? And being like, yeah, That's what it means to move towards a manifestation goal. Prepare for disappointment, but prepare for hearing others who are constantly harping on, right? Harping on continually, you're really disappointing me. You're really like, but if they can't articulate to you, right? Can you please articulate what you were expecting? And if they go silent, good. Okay, good. Good. If somebody's sitting there, if there's nothing weird, that's weird, right? That's weird for someone to be trying to broadcast to you that they're disappointed, never once articulating what they expect of you, right? Because it's what is found. What that expectation is tells you everything and you need to know about the quality and the nature of a healthy relationship. And this is why I feel like this is energy that gets in the business, right? Not throwing themselves into relationship, talking about the nature of relationship, right? And when someone says, oh, like literally something like, oh, this again, being like, yeah, this forever. Because if another person does not want to talk about the quality of a relationship that they want to have with you, well, what does that mean about the quality of the nature of the relationship, right? What defies words? What is so devastating that they don't want to put words to it? What is so devastating that they don't want to put words to it? So that's why it's the identification point of being able to articulate upon something that allows something to happen. It's not the space by which something exists in a point of nebulousness. Because when you recognize that the worst thing you'll experience is someone who keeps you in energetic stasis in relationship, right? The what if of partnership. And you can enter relationships like that. You can enter into a relationship that is a perpetual what if, right? But that observation, the way that you effectively clear that is by being able to articulate not only the things that you desire, but making another do so as well, right? It's not the last thing one does, it's the first thing. Because if another person does not have the right to articulate that they're disappointed in you unless they can articulate what they expected of you. Bottom of the deck for non binary energy. We've got here, what are we doing? Bottom of the deck for non-binary, we are utilizing the tarot, the Nouveau Tarot again. Mm-hmm. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, we got the Star card in its reversal. We've got the 5 of Pentacles in its reversal. And we've got the 9 of Pentacles in its reversal. So what are we energetically seeing there? You know, the thing I'm observing here is we're going to get back into the context of respect. Because when we're being energetically respective, okay, and you have to understand this, when we are being energetically respective, it does not require, right? It does not require a conversation, is what I keep on seeing. And you'll often see this, right? Because the state or the observation, right? The observation of being able to work through things, right? The quality and condition. Because this is what you have to understand. For a lot of the energy that is working through this, they've had to navigate wounds, right? There is nothing worse than being in an environment by which you articulate what you need. And the sound of trauma will literally you be standing there saying to someone clearly what you need, and all they're doing is handing you anything but that thing. Right? And then you get frustrated. And then you get angry, and then you lash out, right? Because all you're literally articulating over and over and over and over again what that need is, and the sound of trauma delivering everything but that. And then the trauma tries to say, oh, you should really do something about that anger, right? When you understand the conveyor belt of misery that trauma likes to create, in terms of understanding that someone can be very, very clear, like you will sit there being as succinct as possible, right? And another person will literally be impossible, right? You'll be as succinct as possible, and there's somebody else being impossible, right? When you understand that that is the form of trauma, right? The observation or the understanding of the nature, and here's the thing about it, trauma creates cowards of us, right? Trauma creates cowards of us because trauma says, wouldn't, aren't you sorry you did something, right? Aren't you sorry that you tried to make something better, right? So the observation, right? Welcome to Leo season, that says when you understand that trauma's whole goal is to make you cowardly, right? Don't let it bother you. Let it reinforce that in the space by which you are being brave, you are literally, there is no other, you want to know the opposite of trauma is bravery, right? Because trauma wants to create cowardice. That's all trauma wants to do. Trauma wants to create cowardice. So when you understand that trauma tries to create cowardice, right? You don't get upset when someone's being ridiculous to you, right? You notate it. You wish them well because you understand that they're still under the spell of cowardice that the trauma put them in, right? They're still under the cowardice spell. And here's the thing about it, when another person still wants to be in the spell of cowardice, there's nothing you can do to help them until they are willing to step out of it. There's nothing that you can do. I know it's painful, right? I know it's painful, but there's nothing that you can do to help them until they step out of it, right? Because if they're sitting there, because often, like, what happens, somebody's in the form of cowardice, and what are they doing in cowardice? They're laying traps all around themselves, right? There's somebody who's caught within their own trauma, right? And what is the person? You see somebody deep in trauma, you go, what are you doing? I'm laying traps. Why? Why are you laying traps? To protect the people trying to hurt me. Okay, that's cool, but do you realize that you're also hurting the people trying to help you? No, everybody's out to get me. That's what the trauma taught you, right? So when you understand the understanding that when somebody's deep in trauma, they will sit there in the heart of their cowardice, laying traps everywhere, right? That when you see that quality and condition within them, right, the best you can do is wish them well from a distance. It's painful. It's painful. But the thing about it is, because if you try to move towards them with compassion, even that they will see as an energetic threat, right? You cannot, the only person that can move someone out of a trauma paradigm is the person. And all we can do is re-encourage and reinforce them that it doesn't have to be like that. So don't get frustrated if you're seeing that. If you're seeing it, remember you have healed from it. And if you can heal from it, so too can they. Bottom of the deck, for masculine energy, Three of Pentacles in its reversal, right? Three of Pentacles in its reversal. Like I said, masculinity is not a trophy. Okay, I mean that's the thing about it. But here's the thing about it. Those who have never met masculinity in their life think that masculinity is a trophy. Did I win the masculine? Like, right? Like there's somebody trying, and it's like you don't win masculinity, right? Like there's never, and you can see this, someone being like, oh, look, I bet everybody thinks I'm masculine now, right? Like there's nothing sillier than trying to win masculinity. But there you'll see insecure energy doing everything they can to win masculinity, right? When you understand we don't win masculinity, one embodies it, right? Then one gets really focused on the shape of saying, what shape is my masculinity going to take, right? What is the legacy? What is the legacy that I want to leave with my masculinity, right? Because when we think less about winning the masculinity prize and think more about the legacy of masculinity, that is the sound of you embodying it. It's a legacy. It is the gift that we give, right? It is the understanding of the change that we can allow around us. It is the compassion. It is the great feat, right? It is the song. Masculinity is never encountered. It is the song that we leave in our wake. So our ability of recognizing that is not one that we feel like we're constantly trying to prove it to ourselves. We prove it in the doing of what we focus on day in and day out. So I feel like for a lot of the energy, like I told you, I can almost hear the energy. Someone being like, I can't hear you telling me I'm not masculine enough. I'm too busy being the shape of it. Remember, it is seen and appreciated every step of the way. For feminine energy, 3 cards for feminine, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Tarot of the Divine. More 3 energy, bottom of the deck. 3 of Wands, right? Don't, like, here's the thing, that nothing's been worse, right? Nothing's worse than when feminine energy feels energetically, when feminine energy is threatened by feminine energy, then everything is energetically lost, right? But here's the thing about it, there's a false story, right? There are false stories that are often surrounding feminine, that are often trying to come towards feminine, being like, shouldn't, don't you feel threatened by them, right? There's feminine energy perpetually, constantly around others going, don't you feel threatened? Don't you feel threatened? Because it is the false perception. That is the toxic masculinity trying to enter into femininity, right? The toxic masculinity that we see is effectively the result of trauma, which is actually neglect in disguise, right? That says, oh, right, the only way, like, the only way you're energetically safe is if you are energetically singular. But even in the space by which we understand that, then when feminine energy becomes aware, then feminine energy unifies, right? It's the observation when you see something, when you see someone like trying to create, right? It's interesting too when you get to that space, right? When you get to the space where you see somebody being like, "Oh, doesn't that grate you?" Be like, "What are you doing? What are you doing there?" That's interesting. That's an interesting take, right? That's an interesting take. That's an interesting take. That's an interesting take, right? That's interesting. Seems like you want to, right? There are those who delight in trying to create feminine fights. That's all there is to it, right? There are those that absolutely delight in trying to create feminine fights. And when you understand that there is energy that literally delights in creating feminine fights, then you get real quick on noticing, right? You get real quick you get real quick on noticing when another person is trying to be provocative or trying to articulate that they're trying to energetically provoke. Again, the difference between articulating versus saying, doesn't that bother you? Right? Someone going, doesn't that bother? Like, who are you to say? Who? Right? What was that? Why are you trying to implant emotions? Right? Doesn't that bother you? Is the sound of someone trying to implant an emotion. Right? There it is. As soon as you, there it is, right? I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you. I couldn't notice you were just trying to orchestrate something, right? That's what it means to orchestrate. Orchestrate is changing the volume. So the observation of another individual trying to energetically change the volume on things by trying to implant emotions where emotions don't occur, healthy feminine energy, right? Picks up on it real quick, right? Observe, don't absorb, right? Observe, don't absorb. Just allow it to inform, is what I see. Because that because that understanding, that is the sound of someone trying to damage fabric, right? That is the sound of someone trying to damage fabric. Non-binary energy, we're going to be utilizing bottom of the deck, Nouveau Tarot. Yeah, five of swords in its reversal. You know what? Here's the thing. This right here, I feel like for a lot of this energy working through things, the 5 of swords in its reversal, it has to do with the quality of compassion, right? It still hurts, right? It hurts when you put compassion on things. Like, even when you recognize that someone is caught in the throes of their own trauma, it still hurts, right? Because the quality and condition, right, it almost feels worse because you recognize, you feel sympathy, right? You feel the sympathy, the profound sympathy for someone that's still caught in their trauma trap, which is someone who is so badly hurt that all they do is create traps all around themselves, but also is the exact force by which nothing can heal. It hurts, it literally hurts to see someone like that, right? Because you understand you can't be angry. All you can see is the nature of the pain that that person is still wrapped up in. And this is why we articulate, like, this is what we talk about when we say you have to let go of that pain, right? And that letting go of the pain does not mean you have to resolve yourself that something that happened was okay. It doesn't mean that you have to become okay with it. You have to resolve yourself to let it go by not becoming the energy that hurt you in the first place. That's what we mean by letting it go. Because if you hold on to that pain, you will become that force. When we talk about letting go, it doesn't mean giving up on things. It means letting go of the pain that created the energetic toxic cycle. Because if you hold on to the toxic cycle of pain, and then you articulate that you're doing things to protect yourself, you are now the energy that is perpetuating that same force of pain in the world around you. And it starts with each of us, right? It starts with each of us just putting a little compassion there, right? A little, it doesn't have to be a lot, just a little compassion here and there, a little bit every day. It goes a long way, right? So just allowing, and even if you, and here's the thing about it, for some of that energy, some of that compassion goes to you too, right? It starts with you. So make sure, again, this is the call, like this is what we recognize in Leo season, all of that compassion that you're giving to others, you deserve some of that too. Okay? So if you haven't heard that, I'm going to be compassionate for you today. Okay? Make sure that you're putting that, applying that care of yourself, even in situations that may be frustrating. Or, and again, because I told you, that's the combination force of this Neptune Saturn retrograde, which is someone potentially being upset at you for being too effective. If that's occurring, I see you, I hold you. That has nothing to do with you, it has everything to do with them. Okay? You've got this. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everybody who participated in our recent class on the two cards of the Minor Arcana. Our next class will be held on Thursday, August 13th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the three cards of the Minor Arcana. If you would like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is become a paid subscriber to my stack. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of readings, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a mentor, a tarot consultation with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on the new moon we've got coming up. I'll have one out shortly on that full moon on the horizon. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Avatar. You got our highest gifter, so you'll be getting that free reading today. And thank you so much to Bridget. You came in second, so you will have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Please keep in mind, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you are put on the list, and I'll be happy to add you back as well. Also, please remember, if you're joining us on the Clock app, when we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And for those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on the list today via the tree that is being sent in my bio. And please keep in mind, your paid membership entitles you to the same benefits that I've stated for those who are super fan. Absolutely. Excellent. Blessing. Thank you for the follow. How you doing today, Per? Andrella, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. You'll be the third person read for. Grand Rising, Minnie. Yes, we just finished the collective, dear. Absolutely. Hi there, Kath. So good to see you today, and thank you for sharing the live. Per, always appreciate when you guys share the live. How you doing today, Dr. Genuine? Thank you for reposting, and thank you for sharing the live. Appreciate you. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you as well. How you doing today, Adam? Thank you for those gifts. I hope you're having a beautiful day. And thank you as well, Giggle. How you doing today, Adam, over on the place where we keep the videos? Excellent. And thank you, Supply, for the follow. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. It actually is. Okay, thank you. And thank you so much, Pamela, for the follow. Yeah, the whole, well, why didn't you read between the lines? Yeah, exactly. It's convenient, right? It's convenient when another person doesn't articulate what they truly want, because no matter what happens, they can identify the fact that they were hurt by it. Hi there, Nikki. Good to see you today, dear. Excellent. Oh, tomorrow. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sending you support on that journey, Ella. I'm so glad that you appreciated the analogy. Mm-hmm. I needed to hear this. You're so welcome, Nikki. What does what part mean, Daisy? I'm happy to try to explain anything that wasn't clear. Oh, thank you so much, Farlene. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Excellent. How you doing today, Baba? Thank you for the compliment, Bluck. And thank you so much, Jasmine, for those coins. I mean, you want to talk about, I mean, what are you asking specifically, Shah, in relationality to the Jupiter-Pluto opposition explanation? I need you to be a bit more clear in terms of what you're asking about. Mm. Hi there from Malaysia. How you doing today? Welcome, Aki. Hi there, Cecilia. How you doing today, Divine? Welcome, Aura. Mm. Handle, I'm happy to explain anything that you feel might need clarity. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Michael. One moment. Perfect. And I got you, Ryan. Good to see you today, dear. Sending you support, Ivana. Mm-hmm. I'm sending you so much support, Ivana. Beautifully stated, Nikki. Absolutely. I mean, but here's the thing about it, right? The hard part about that, Lou, is you have to, in some cases, someone's not aware of it, right? In some cases, they just don't care. And that's our job to try to determine which one that is. We do deserve the same compassion we give. Absolutely. Oh, that's very kind of you to say, Lou. Appreciate that. Bridget, you are not a mess. You are a work in progress. We are all aware that Yahshua loves us, Matt. How you doing today, Tamika? All right. Hi there, Bjorn. And welcome, Aura. Ugh, L5, I'm sending you so much support on your journey, dear. So much support. You know, Michael, I just need to point out it's the height of vanity to assume that you know what the higher power wants in terms of me, right? That is you, like that's literally you utilizing the higher power's name in vain. You recognize that, correct? I just wanted to bring that up. Absolutely. How you doing today? Excellent. Thank you for the compliment, Skylar. Hope you're having a beautiful day. You have a beautiful day as well, Mystic. Excellent. All right, let's continue. You're so welcome, Dr. Genuine. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. And you're so welcome, Numbuere. Thank you, Rach, for those heart me's. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you'd like an animal oracle card on top of your one card. And thank you for those lightning bolts, Ivana. Excellent. Minnie, thank you for letting me know, dear. I've added you to the list. You will be the third person read for today. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the fourth person read for. Mm-hmm. Oh, I hope she's okay, Bridget. I'm sending you so much healing. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. I know. Absolutely. All right, let's get started. How you doing today, Wings? All right. Let's get started. First person we're reading for right now is going to be Esteban. Esteban, if you're here, dear, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private reads, and you can book private reads on my site. Yep, just bear with me a minute. I gotta move Strega. Okay. Come here. You cannot be there. You know this. You wanna come say hi to everybody? This is what you get. Yeah, that's what happens when you sit over there. Okay? You are not allowed to sit there. You're not allowed. Okay? You wanna say hi to everybody? The baby. Wanna say hi? The babies. You're so you haven't wanted to look at the crowd recently. Okay, there you go. Okay. I love you too. I know. Okay. All right. Now you're stuck to me. Hold on. Now we're stuck. Okay. Now we're stuck. Okay. Good. All right. Go for it. Be free. Okay. All right. Don't go back to where you were. Okay. All right. Excellent. I know she's a meatball. All right. I got you, dear. Ooh. Okay. I got you. I'm going, before we continue with Esteban's reading, I am going to, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Mm-hmm. Love your life, Strega. No, dude. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No. Strega. Love your life. Don't do it. Don't do it. Thank you. Okay, good. Okay. I got the Animal Oracle card here. I'm going to count back from 10. When I get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the blackbird. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Esteban here. Guys, make sure to give Esteban some love. What was that? Okay. All right. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Ooh. Ooh. I mean, these are some nice cards. Yes, can I get one more, please? So, I feel like there's something really important that I'm identifying specifically in relation to keeping something. The hardest thing I see that I think that you're going to need to do is keeping something on theme is what I'm getting. Especially, particularly, and especially if there's something that's occurring that's meant to honor somebody, is what I'm getting. There's something I'm seeing there that I'm identifying as important in terms of like making others understand and recognize um the tone that you're hoping to strike, is what I keep on getting. Because it says to me, um it feels like the best way I can explain this is when we are identifying that we're doing something um, for another's benefit, then we are able to like it says to me like there's a lot of this, like I feel like there's a lot of this work that I see you doing that's occurring in relationality to recentering, as it were. And so I want you to bring that word into the event, which is often like the quality and condition by which one is able to recenter is is how one is able to effectively perpetually articulate or identify to another what the shape of that energetic journey is. But also the thing about it that I'm seeing is the hard part I'm identifying is so like it's working into like it's interesting because I feel like I see a lot of strong personalities around something, right? And when there's a lot of strong personalities around a situation or circumstance, the the thing I keep on seeing is potentially helping someone who the best way we can do something is by leaving others wanting more of it, is what I keep on getting, right? It's saying that there's something really important about a less is more approach to something. And I feel like that conversation, right? It says to me, think about how you're going to talk about the next event, right? Like there's something that I'm seeing here that you identify and say that this is effectively, right? It's this, it feels to me like it's almost like the start of something, and your ability to, I feel like I keep wondering, leave them wanting that schedule, is what I keep on getting. Leave them wanting that schedule, and allow the opportunity to be one in terms of what they can expect across those schedules. And it also says to me, see if there's something that you can do while you're there to committing others to being there in the future, is what I keep on seeing. And it said, I don't know why I'm getting like the identification or the opportunity of incentivizing something, right? Adding or offering some kind of energetic incentive in terms of those who are present. And the word I keep on getting is present, because I feel like that is what is the hardest thing, right? Like it says to me that getting others into the space of being present within something is what is valuable and important there. So make sure that you're identifying that to those, like make sure that you're identifying that to those who you know, but also make sure that you're making sure that you're seeing to it that others are committing to being present. And I feel like what's interesting about that as well is, and especially, I don't know why, but it feels to me like I keep on hearing the word unique, you know? There's something I'm identifying here in terms of unique, like offering something that's unique, that's only like that only is going to be available in the time that you are effectively doing something, is what I keep on getting. I want to give you some bottom of the deck on this, so something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, this chariot energy. This chariot energy that I'm seeing here, this chariot energy that I'm identifying, um, how do I describe this chariot energy? The chariot energy that I'm identifying here is working into the context of momentum. And I keep on getting prepare for the fact that there's some kind of momentum, right? Like this actually says that there's something really positive here, and the ability of maintaining the momentum of something is like go towards something by talking about what the next thing is going to be, because that conversation is saying to me, like, I feel like I see somebody coming towards you very quickly to want to be informed in terms of how they can engage and participate more. So make sure that you have that framework ready, right? Not in the space by which you say to somebody, I'll get back to you. Be like, here, this is what I can give you, right? So make sure that you have a lot of that ready, because I just keep on seeing prepare for momentum, which says like something occurring and there's some kind of energy around it, but being able to effectively help, right? To help the energy be directed in terms of what they themselves are articulating, particularly and especially in the space of like giving one's energy to things, or how one could effectively contribute more, right? Because I do feel like there's something about this by which there's a lot of healthy connections that occur, and something about those connections that are occurring has everything to do with you. I keep on saying not just upon what happens in the moment of it, but how you can convey to another person how much it meant to you, is what I keep on seeing. So make sure that you're articulating or identifying what that is, because I just keep on seeing that the hardest thing about the situation is what to do with those who are effectively left wanting more from it, and making sure that you have a possibility in like immediately there, so that they're immediately able to activate upon it rather than waiting, is what I keep on getting, right? Like it's saying to me, like think about how to create the immediacy of things. Thank you so much. But I have to tell you, these cards are very positive, right? Like it feels to me like you're going to be leaving a very important impression on someone. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private reads, and you can book private reads on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Welcome from Australia. How you doing today, Con? Okay. Mm-hmm. I know. I'm sending you so much support today, Bridget. Oh, that's wild, Vanta. 333, tap to claim number. Thank you as well, Esteban. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for, and sending you so much support on that journey, Esteban. The next person we're reading for today is going to be Avatar. Avatar, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. I have to go move Strega again. I'll be right back. Why? Why? Why are we doing this today? Huh? No, I don't want to hear it. We've talked about it. Okay? It's not appropriate. Okay? I need you. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, we've talked about it. You can't be over there. Okay? You know where you can be. All right? Ugh. She's being. Look, don't you want to be good in front of all these people? Don't you want to be good? Hmm? What do you have to say for yourself? Mm-hmm. That's what I thought. Okay. You stuck on my dress again. Hold on. I know. Get off my dress. Okay. I love you too. All right, go. All right. Don't be naughty. Oh my gosh, she's being so naughty. Okay. Thank you, Esteban. All right, let's continue right now. Yeah, we can double Strega today. All right. I know, isn't she cute, Samantha? And thank you for the compliment, Bill. All right, let's get to it. Thank you. All right, thank you as well, Eddie. All right, so we are doing next. And just a reminder to those joining us over on the place where we on the clock app, we're at 34.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Absolutely. And I'm going to pin you up here. Avatar, we've got a divine counterpart reading coming through. All right. And before we continue with Avatar's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Hind. We'll do that again after the next reading. Excellent. And I'm going to pin up Avatar here. Guys, make sure to give Avatar some love. All right. 3 cards, please. And 1 more. And 1, yep. 1 more. Thank you. So, I got to tell you, I'm going to just give you some things that I'm identifying around a circumstance or person. I see somebody who came from a profoundly volatile home life. You know? Like I see somebody who there was something about the quality and condition by which they existed where they didn't know what was going to happen. And I feel like it's interesting too, because it feels to me that this individual has been trying to create the home that they never existed, that never existed for themselves. And so I wanted to describe that the one thing I'm noticing about this energy is, um, be prepared for somebody who's very much a homebody. But the thing I'm seeing about them being a homebody is because, right, it's not the fact that it's not the fact that they don't like to go out. Like I see somebody that used to, um like I see somebody who used to stay out all night because there wasn't any stability in their home life, right? Like I see somebody who had some kind of like very robust life outside of the home, because once they were within it, there wasn't any stability there. Um, so I feel like that's very important, because I see a lot of experiences that they've had in relationship where others have, um, considered that a negative, is what I'm seeing, right? But the thing about it is, it's not, I almost like I see, it's not the fact that they don't want to go out, right? But it's the understanding that they do so, right? They do so because they know that something will be energetically important to you. But I feel like the thing about it is, I feel like I see a very similar energy around you as well, right? Because the the one quality and condition that I see that you've been trying to navigate is the difference. I feel like I see you having to recover from somebody who never wanted to stay, like who never wanted to just relax, or never, who just never wanted to effectively, um languish is the word that's coming through, right? Because when we, and here's the thing about it, when we care, but when we love each other's energy, then we love languishing in each other's energy, right? And I feel like there's something really significant about that, because I just keep on seeing a situation in the past with another person that would somehow, it like, I keep on hearing your counterpart saying you're not jewelry, right? And the reason, it's interesting, because the I need to write this down. Um, I feel like the reason that you're the reason that your counterpart is saying that you're not jewelry is, you are not something that someone rolls out when they're looking to do, when they're looking to be seen, is what I keep on getting, right? When they're looking to energetically do something in a way by which they feel, like in a way by which others are impressed by the fact that they see them with you, is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like there's something important about that, because they're just indicating to me some experience by which it feels like somebody was potentially treating you, like somebody who was treating you like jewelry, which is, and the way you can usually tell when somebody's treating you like jewelry is like, they only want to go out with you, they never want to spend time in with you, and they get very critical about you making choices, right, that they don't necessarily find appealing, right? Particularly, and the thing about it too is, especially if this was someone who was like overly invested in your choices, right? Overly invested in your choices, because they didn't care about you, right? That person didn't care about you. They cared about looking impressive to others by being with you. So ew, like I don't like that at all. Like that's really gross. So that's this is why I keep on getting that they just keep on articulating that they will never treat you like jewelry. Um, they want to get very cozy with you. Um, I also see somebody who's outside a lot. You know, I don't know if this is someone who this feels like someone who works outside, right? They have a deep connection to nature, is what I'm seeing. But like I said, it's like the thing about it is there is something I see about this person working through some kind of anxiety as it relates to crowds. And I just want to tell you, in terms of that, like bottom of the deck, yeah, especially like this, especially with this Queen of Wands. Um, this is definitely someone that prioritizes one-on-one time. Um, and I feel like it's interesting because I would not be surprised if this is someone who you find is recently, I keep on getting recently out of partnership, but they might still, I keep on hearing, they might still be on good terms with the person from their past relationship. But I have to under the way, and I want you to understand if they are able to identify to you the fact that they wanted different things as it relates to lifestyle. If you see somebody who says that, if you meet somebody who says that they had a split because of a difference in lifestyle, remember, like that is someone being honest with you, because I almost literally see somebody who's like healing, like somebody healing from a jet setter, is what I'm getting. Like I've got somebody who's like, it feels like somebody healing from a jet setter. So somebody who, like, it was very hard to pin them down because the energy, and and that's what I keep on hearing, there's nothing against them and their counter, like their past person, because it says to me it's the observation of someone who's like got some kind of manifestation goal in their life. Like I see them having a situation where somebody who like literally has committed themselves to traveling, and this person being like, that sounds like that sounds like everything. The like I see someone being like, why, like complete, like it says to me like no hard feelings, but it's just the observation that like they want like completely different ideals as it relates to what they're effectively identifying in terms of life path, right? So it feels very like, one of the things you'll notice with them is if they're out of something quickly, if they're respective of someone who wanted a different lifestyle, that'll also be like, I keep on getting like that's your green flag on it, because it's them, like that's them being like they don't have any desire to be with that person, but they may feel like they may feel they still may have, like I keep on hearing, they may still have a like a good place in their heart, is what I keep on seeing. So just be conscientious of that. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of, I'm getting some like, I gotta tell you, I'm just gonna tell you, Avatar, I've got some like, it was feeling like heavy earth sign energy, so I'd be very curious if that person's got some Taurus placements. I just want to drop that there too. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the second person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, for those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on the list today via my tree that is Binks in it in my bio. And if you become a paid member, you are eligible for the same benefits that I articulated for those who are subscribers. Excellent. Thank you for the compliment, Kin. How you doing today, Taman? This counterpart sounds like ex who just ended things. Oh, that's fascinating, Samantha. Thank you for also being here and receiving these messages. Oh, thank you as well. Excellent. Oh, I'm so glad. Yeah, it was heavy earth sign energy that I was seeing there. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. That's good to know. Healthy. It sounds healthy. Yeah. And I want you to understand that's complete. Like it says to me, like they're completely serious in terms of being friends. Like it's like it feels really amicable, is what I keep on getting. Mm-hmm. Ah. Oh, that's interesting, Nicole. Mm. It depends on the my personal experience on that is it depends on the Taurus. It depends on the Taurus. I would almost argue too, it depends on whether you're an early Taurus or a late Taurus. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Minnie. Minnie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Mm-hmm. Mm. Hi there, Minnie. I got you, dear. All right, Minnie. 1 minute, please. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the wren. We haven't seen the wren for a while. Thank you so much. And I'm going to pin up Minnie here. And guys, if you want to get on the list right now, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. You will be the next person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private reads, and you can book private reads on my site. Okay. 1 moment, please. Just pulling up. And if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. That is accessible and available to anyone who is a super fan or a paid member on the place where we keep the videos. Samantha, never, if you feel nervous, it's perfectly no pressure. Absolutely. Also point out that sometimes the messages that come through with those who donate are also intended for those who are here to who need to receive them. But whenever you're available to have a reading with me, it's available to you. I'll also point out that if you become a paid member, you're always entitled to a free 1 card each day, if that helps. Excellent. How you doing today, Poetic? All right, let's get started. We're going to be reading from Minnie right now. Just bear with me a moment. Outside tea. I'm holding space for some emotional density today. I'm seeking an energetic pick me up for my guides. I got you, dear. I got you. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to pin up Minnie here. Guys, make sure to give Minnie some love. Oh, good job, Nicole. Mm-hmm. You got someone in spirit all over this, huh? Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. So I mean, I got to talk to you about, I got two different energies around you right now. I got somebody in spirit, and I got your guide. And, you know, you can't, I know you sometimes, I know you are not responsible. Okay, I need you to write this big, I want you to go grab a Sharpie, go find something big, and I want you to write in really big caps, you are not responsible for other selfish choices. Okay? You're not responsible for other selfish choices. If you that's something you're dealing with. You realize that, right? Like the guides aren't it's not something the guides are bringing forth to you. It's something that you're energetically dealing with. And they're just as frustrated about it as you are. And we're gonna unpack it a little bit, because the thing about it is, I'm gonna write this down. Where's your book? The words that are coming through from your guide is someone who does the right things for the wrong reasons. I'm not sure what that has to do, right? I'm not sure what that has to do around this situation, but the right thing for the wrong reasons is the understand, and the way you can usually tell is, I just keep on hearing, when a good thing is happening, we let it happen, right? We don't try to throw ourselves, right? We don't try to throw ourselves on it because we don't control the throttle, right? And that's coming from the person in spirit. I got to say it again because it's a very specific message. All right? And I'm going to say it again. When a good thing is happening, we let it happen. We don't, right? We don't try to throw ourselves on it because we don't control the throttle. But the thing is, and you probably recognize this, when somebody's deep in the throes of their ego, they often feel like they don't want something positive happening because they're not the one making it happen. And that type of energy, right? You can't get anywhere. Right? You can't get anywhere with energy like that. Right? It's like the best way I can just it's like the word that's coming through is um it's saying to me, it's like it's giving me like the word that's coming through is lodestone is what I'm getting. So I want you to be conscientious of that, because again, if you're navigating that, I want you to understand there is nothing, right? There is nothing you have done that is creating that situation. And further, if you're observing it, you know you're not a part of it. Okay? If you're observing it, then you know you are not a part of it. Um, this is this is the best thing I can tell you to do in a situation by which I'm identifying. I want you to predict upon it. I want you to predict upon it. And when I say predict upon it, which is to basically say, if somebody is effectively, right, if somebody is articulating or identifying a direction that they aspire for something to go, and you know, like you energetically know, like the fact, like what is potentially going to be the outcome of that, go put it into words. Put it into words. Just say to them, like, look, we can do that, this is my summary of what we can expect on the other side of it. And here's the thing again, I know, like I absolutely know that being right, right? I know that being right will be no benefit, right? But that means that's because you're on the right side of it. You know? Being right, when you're on the right side of something, being right is no benefit, right? It's not going to be a hooray moment, but like I keep on seeing, like the best you can do is make sure you're documenting what you like, what your concern is what I'm seeing. Where this has already happened in that way. Oh, did you already have this conversation with them? Need some bottom of the deck on this? Yeah. I want you to understand, okay? I feel like I see. I'm going to give you. It's interesting too because I keep on seeing. I've got again. I got somebody in spirit, and I've got a guide around you, and a lot of that heavy density I'm seeing is like I keep on getting. It's not your density. It's density that you're contending with. Um, I keep on getting, might I offer a suggestion? Okay. And I keep on hearing too, when you say to someone, like, may I offer a suggestion? What you're really saying is, do you recognize, like, there's something that we need to take into consideration here. So if there's something that you identify is um, a factor, like make sure you're impressing on them what those factors are. Okay? Because the thing I keep on identifying around something here is, I keep on hearing you are not indispensable to someone who is willing to learn something, right? So I'm going to put it this way. If there's a situation by which there's something that you want to do and somebody says you can't do it because you're indispensable, well, now is the time for you to teach someone, right? Because I keep on seeing we don't create um, indispensable situations, because indispensable situations are recipes for disaster, right? So that, even that, I see like that is the conversation I feel like you need to effectively have, which is, if again, if somebody's articulating that there's some kind of limitation in you doing something because you're indispensable, that needs to be healed. That needs to be fixed. That is the effective problem that needs to be resolved, is what I keep on seeing. I hope that helps, dear. And thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, right? Because that's too much pressure on the self, is what I'm getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, and that's why I had to pull out a new resource, right? That's a resource conversation. It just became a resource conversation. And so if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the next person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. It definitely felt like a masculine energy. It felt like a masculine energy that's had a long time connection with you. And they were just articulating upon, like, there were a lot of messages that were coming through about others, like, becoming too you're too like you're becoming too reliant on you, right? Which is something that I feel like it's hard, because they were showing me situations by which you often have to push away from things because somebody's being too greedy with your energy, if that makes sense. Yeah, Lisa, we're going to be starting the 1 cards momentarily, if it helps. Thanks, Ambwere. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can absolutely do so, per. So I'm gonna step away for a moment, and then we'll start doing 1 cards. But if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for. Yeah, like that's the thing about it right now, Minnie. And I think like that's the thing that you have to basically navigate, is making sure, like I keep on hearing, like navigating load capacity, or being able to articulate to someone what the limitations are in terms of what you can do versus what you can't do. And I keep on hearing others not making presumptions on your time, effort, and energy. Absolutely. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Oh, excellent, Daniela. Just bear with me a moment and we'll get to those 1 cards. All right, I'll be right back. Where were we? Okay. Excellent. And thank you for getting on the list, Per. All right, so please hold on any one cards. I will honor anybody who put their question in before we started Per's reading. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for. Thank you for confirming on that, Minnie. You're so welcome, dear. All right, let's get to it. Daniela, highest priority for Daniela right now. Make sure you're being clear to another person. I feel like it's kind of you having to remind something that you're doing something out of the goodness of your heart. It's like, I don't know why I'm getting this. It feels like a guide saying you have to gently remind someone that you're doing something out of the goodness of your heart. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like it's interesting. Like, I gotta point this out. Like, it's saying to me, like, when you're doing something out of the goodness of your heart and another person becomes demanding on it, like it says to me, like, that's all you need to know. Like, that is you being able to understand, like, what you can give your energy to going forward, right? Like, even in that, like even in, like, bless the situation by identifying and saying, like, right, like, this is, like, say less, right? Like, it's almost like saying to me, like, it's say less, like, okay, right, like that's all you need to see to a certain extent. Absolutely. But let that reaffirm what it is you're putting your energy towards. Mm-hmm. All right. And Bridget, 2 cards, highest priority, please, for Bridget. What do we got here? It's saying to me that it's interesting because what I'm getting here is like they're talking about returning to a book, which is, I don't know if there was something that you started to write down and then you stopped, but they're trying to articulate about yeah, it's interesting because it has to do with like, I'm getting the message that you should reread some things that you should be reread some things that you've written in the past, because you're going to be seeing them through new eyes, is what I'm getting. Bottom of the animal oracle on this. Yeah, the Ren energy, right? It almost says to me like the idea of getting insight from something in the past, because you can see more, like you can see more now, something that you were having a hard time communicating then, is what I keep on getting. 1 card for Melissa, highest priority. I got the 2 of Cups and it's upright, which is saying to me, I feel like this is a really beautiful time for you in relationality to making new partnerships or having conversations. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, don't be afraid. Like, don't be afraid to take the plunge as it relates to breaking the ice. Especially because, like, I just keep on seeing everybody's really busy. Like, it's not too late to make a connection. Just saying to another person, like, I wanted to connect sooner, but there's been, like, everybody's been going through it. So your ability to tell somebody, right, that, like, all you need to do is take accountability for the fact that things have been busy. And I feel like it's saying to me like it'll be like it's not going to be a big deal. So don't be too upset, don't be too concerned about it, just let it reaffirm you. One card on the Saturn retrograde season. I like the way you put that. um I feel like this Saturn retrograde is about you getting in better contact with your guide. Just it says to me like, and remember how I said that this is a guide who's getting very frustrated by energetic interference around you, because the guide just feels like the interference is getting in the way of the energetic connection. Yeah, it's giving a little stand back energy. Not you, but almost them trying to like broadcasting that to another. One card for it's my highest priority. Just make sure that you're looking at things and asking how you can maintain. Just focus on maintaining the frequency, right? Like let it be a project where you find the frequency at the beginning of the day, and then see what you can do to effectively hold into that for the remainder of the day. And if you fall back out of it, just write it down, right? Don't get upset at yourself. Just notate when and what you were thinking when it occurs. Yeah, right? What you remember, healing is about closing the distance between like how we feel and where we aspire to be. Yeah, as one card. Ooh, this feels positive, right? This feels like somebody who's seeking something that feels collaborative. Make sure that you're entering with a lot of questions. Yeah, like make sure, like I keep on hearing lots of questions. So make sure that you've got questions that you yourself want to ask. Animal Oracle. Yeah, especially with the seal. I feel like I see somebody. I feel like I see somebody who is looking for somebody that can bring ideas to something, right? So think about that. Like, make sure that you're having conversations about ideas that you've had, in terms like any ideas that may come to you as it relates to improvement or suggestions. Like, let that frame the nature of the conversation. Like, have you considered, is what I keep on seeing. Like, like being excited or building into a conversation in terms of talking about things that you are effectively considering in terms of what they're doing. You're so welcome, Melissa. Laurel, good to see you today. Guys, give Laurel some love. Readers supporting readers. What do we got here? Um, Man, I feel like you're just going through a lot of breakthroughs, you know? But here's the thing about it. Like, it's interesting because I'm getting like I'm getting here like a stirred, not shaken situation, is what I keep on getting. Like, I'm getting here like you're like the guides, like I feel like the guides are like looking at you with some kind of like seal of approval, being like stirred, not shaken, right? Like not rattled by something that would have previously, right? Like not rattled by something that would have previously had you like, being like, no, it's okay, no, they're good. Like, absolutely. Venom, these are one card readings for Superfam and for paid members if you'd like to become a paid member. We are also still doing full readings. It's 3 cards for 29 for those who are non-paid members. Avatar, I got you. I can do your one card, but then we're gonna. Oh, I already drew your card, Daniela. Yeah, did you receive it? So the message, you might want to go back because I pulled it for you. So the card that I saw was making sure that you remind something that you're doing something out of the goodness of your heart, right? When you're doing something as a courtesy, if somebody gets greedy about something that you're doing as a courtesy, that tells you all you need to know about that energy, right? Like let it inform you. Don't let it frustrate you. Just take that note and allow it to move your energy into places that are energetically appreciative of what you're energetically doing for them. Like that is you moving towards energy that is respective of you. Absolutely. The spirit animal I saw around that right now was the wren, Laurel, which is basically, like I said, stirred, not shaken, right? Like you're navigating, like when guides see a stirred, not shaken, they're like, yeah, like they feel more easy to bring more signs to us because they know that it's not, they know that it's encouraging us, it's not disconcerting us to us. Thank you, Patsy, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. The next person we're reading for today is going to be Purr. Purr, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you had a general reading or if you have a specific question. I believe you said we're doing a dream interpretation. Okay. Whoop, hold on a minute. Mm-hmm. One moment. Yep, just bear with me a second. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, it's okay. No problem. Well, I'll keep on doing one cards until you're ready, Per. So if there's anyone else who has a one card that you would like answered or hasn't had their one card yet, just go ahead and let me know your question. I'll be happy to draw cards for you. And if you'd like to become a super fam or a paid member to receive a free one card reading, all you need to do is either, if you're joining us over on the place where you keep the videos, become a paid member, or if you are over on the place on the clock app, you just need to go ahead and hit that super fam. I got you, Ivana. Highest priority right now. Yeah, every time I read for you right now, I feel like the guides are really excited because they feel like you've had some kind of breakthrough. Um, Particularly and especially as it relates to letting go or releasing some karma. And the thing about it, I'm getting here, Animal Oracle, like I feel like this has to do with you being able to navigate or work through any kind of energetic anxiety that someone was trying to create around you. Like I just feel like I see them. Like I feel like, um, and we're gonna get into it more. But I feel like they're understanding. Like I feel like they're seeing you in a space by which they feel like you have um, some kind of healthy shield around you is the best way I can explain it. You know, like I keep on getting like them saying your shields are intact again. Um, yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. We'll discuss it in more detail because it says to me that there's a lot to work through there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like I keep wondering, everything's gonna make sense. They're like everything's gonna make sense. Oh, I do my best, dear. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. I got you on the list, Yaz. All right, Per, can you let me know if you're available? Because if not, we can move on to Yaz. Just let me know. You're so welcome, Daniela. Oh, that's interesting, Picasso. Thank you for letting me know. Excellent. And how you doing today, Knight? Okay, Yaz, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be this third person read for. Mace, I've got a very rigid rule as it relates to non sequiturs. So if you're going to be posting in the chat space, make sure that you're putting full thought forms there, or you will get blocked or muted. Thank you for respecting the chat. All right. Yaz, are we doing a general? Do you have a specific question? And while we wait for Yaz's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Oracle card here. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, ooh, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got the hair. We'll do it again after the next reading, and we're doing a dream interpretation. If you guys have a dream that you would like interpreted, you include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channel. Is this inside tea or outside tea? And before we continue, you know what we do before we do a dream interpretation? I'm gonna bust out the dream coconut. Ooh, I like that one. Everybody picked the blackbird. That's interesting. All right, I'm gonna pin up Yaz here. Guys, make sure to give Yaz some love. All right, what do we got here? Okay. I had to correct the grammar of the dream. It was 5 a.m. when I started writing it. My husband and I went on a trip to Egypt, Israel, and Morocco. We stopped somewhere that was in the middle of all three places. 2 of my cousins owned the place, so we stayed there. Then we were outside with a bunch of people who seemed to be my husband's coworkers. There was a massage table, and he was massaging a woman's leg. Then he started pressing the middle of their chest and her wrists with his fingers and asked her, "Is that better?" I turned around and everyone was acting like it was completely normal, while I was feeling very upset and disrespected. The dream jumped and we were back inside the house. In one fragment of the dream, I was inside one of the emergency exits at my job. I asked my coworker, "Should I go through here?" And he said, "No, another coworker will take you through the elevator exit." The stairs were made of cement and were all different shapes that didn't really make sense. Once we got there, Omar said his knees were weak and that he had to leave early. I could tell one of the managers was upset that he was leaving early. Then the dream jumped back to the Mediterranean location. My cousins were cleaning the house and I started helping them. They also had a cleaning lady. They then left and told me that 2 men would be coming to clean. The 2 men in cleaning uniforms arrived while I was wiping down a transparent table. They came over to where I was and started cleaning the table too, so I stopped. They said they were finished and were waiting to get paid. I went into one of the rooms and told my cousin. She got upset because she was about to go to sleep. I felt bad because it wasn't my intention to wake her, but I was also a little frustrated because she had hired them and was the only one who had the card to pay them. She told me to stop making so much noise because the cleaning lady was also sleeping. And you remember saying, "But it's almost 4 already. They're going to have to wake up soon." All of a sudden, a lot of people started showing up. I had my hair in space buns, and I remember sitting in the living room next to a large glass door where guests were also coming in. My husband started making jokes, and I felt like I needed to tell him I was upset about the incident with the woman. He started laughing, and in front of everyone, there was nothing wrong, said there was nothing wrong with it. We went back and forth arguing, and he said, "Do you want me to tell everyone what you did?" I felt so embarrassed, and I said, "Yeah, go ahead. I've never done anything bad to you." And then they said, "Are you sure?" I became even more upset and embarrassed, so I ignored him. Then 2 women walked in. One whispered something to the other, and the second girl looked at my feet and said, "You have, you have they made a comment about your feet looking like they came from a particular region. And then they asked you if you were effectively from that region. And you said, I don't know. Maybe I am. Then you looked at their feet, and they were very small and slender. There was, they effectively had dirt on their feet as if they'd gone on a long walk, and they didn't seem like they were from around the area. They were dressed in beautiful garments and jewelry and looked very elegant and poised. They appeared human, but I had a feeling they were not from Earth. When we got up, I started looking for my husband, but he was nowhere to be found. He wouldn't answer my calls or messages. I tried fixing my buns, but I became really frustrated because he wasn't answering me and my hair looked like a mess. While I was fixing it, I noticed some of my hair clips that I usually use for my buns. They were long gold hairpins with black turquoise and gold details that looked very Egyptian. I then left the house, and there was a Moroccan market outside. While searching for my husband, I went down to a lower level of the outdoor market and saw my parents. They were excited and said, "We're here." And they had a large suitcase and another large item. I asked my mom, "Why did you bring that?" And she replied, "Well, we need it." And then there was a white piece of furniture she had that simply disappeared. A ferry or maybe a tourist bus stopped, and my husband was there with another group of people. They seemed very pale, and their skin looked dry, almost as if they'd been in the desert. And they had a blue wrap around their head that reminded me of the colors of a flag. I became angry and asked him where he had been and why he had left without taking me. He was very relaxed and didn't seem to care. He said simply, "I just left. I was with friends. I couldn't answer you." I was so upset because I had been stuck inside the house waiting for him while he had already gone out exploring without me. And can I please get 4 cards? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. So the dream is a shadow work dream. It's half shadow work dream, and it's a shadow work dream that's also connected to ancestral healing. So before we start anything about this dream, we got to talk about the nature. Thank you. I've never seen that before. We got to talk about sorry, it's very distracting. We got to talk about the nature of shadow work. So the thing you have to recognize with shadow work is the guides like to bring shadow work to us in the form that we would least expect. So I wouldn't be surprised if you tell me that everything that your counterpart was doing in this dream space is absolutely antithetical to anything that they would effectively do on terra firma, because that's how shadow work comes to us. Everything that we experience in the dream space we've already experienced, right? This is something that you've gone through, and the fact that it's showing up and arriving to you in the form of the counterpart is helping you see how absolutely atrocious it was, right? Absolutely. Okay. All right. Oh, I am going to pause. Oh, okay. 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 Well, yeah, wait, where's Oh, okay. Okay. Well, okay, so Ivana's also on the list. So if you're comfortable with it, we're going to proceed with Ivana's reading since we already explained all of it. And then Yaz, Yaz, I'll go ahead and interpret yours next. Okay. Yep, no, Ivana's on the list too. Okay, okay. I looked in the dream section. Okay. But interestingly, this is interesting too, because I have to point out that there's a quality and condition of this dream that is built upon mistaken identity. Okay? So let's get to it. All right. All right. This is great. All right, so here we go. So we're moving back into this. So we see the individual. So we see the individual in the dream space, and what do we see that we're identifying? We see you and your counterpart that are currently in the space of traveling. So we see the fact that you're out of your comfort zone, right? You're in a space by which you're not necessarily prepared for what you will energetically find there. And what do we effectively find when you're outside of your comfort zone? We see a situation by which you are encountering this individual, right? Who is with those that they have a work relationship with, okay? And to add to that, there is a table with an individual on it. And we see the fact that your counterpart is touching this person. Now, what's interesting is it's very clear in relationality to what they're effectively doing that they're potentially trying to do something to heal something, right? And the reason we can immediately understand that there is something that's well intentioned here is the fact by which they qualitatively said, is that better, right? So we see somebody that's giving the impression that they're doing something from a healing perspective. That's not the issue here, right? The issue has to do with what we articulated earlier today as to what it means in relationality to navigating respect. And when we respect one another, we keep each other energetically informed of what it is that we ourselves are doing, right? So the ability of keeping each other abreast, right? When we care about each other, when we respect each other, we keep each other abreast of the situation. And we can see that in this dream space, the issue that you were potentially having was the fact that this was occurring without another individual identifying and prioritizing your comfortability as to whether it was occurring. Because even in the context by which you yourself are a healer, the circumstance or situation by which you probably would not be, I wouldn't be surprised if you say to me that you wouldn't think twice about like allowing someone to heal, but the quality and condition by which another person checks your comfortability tells you everything that you need to know in relationality to whether they're energetically prioritizing your feelings. Again, this is something that you've potentially had happen in the past, so I would not be surprised if you had a relationship where another individual kept on taking, right, kept on taking liberties as it relates to trying to identify helping another person heal, that would often create a deep sense of intimacy, and then being you then trying to articulate that you were being mean because somebody was going through something, failing to recognize that you had no problem with the fact that they were helping someone through a healing journey, but it's the fact that they weren't articulating to you what was happening. So this is, and what's interesting and beautiful about this is the connection that you have with your counterpart, helping you to see just how inappropriate that was in the context by which they're taking the position in the dream space by which you recognize that they would never do that to you. And even in the context by which you identified the coworkers. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was a connection to somebody trying to say, oh, why aren't you letting me have friends? It doesn't matter who it is, right? It's not about the nature of the professionalism of the relationship. It's about when we care about each other, we check, right? When we care about each other, we check each other's temperatures, right? When we care about each other, we navigate or work through something in order to potentially identify and recognize what those possibilities are. That then brings us to the observation of then moving out of that dream space, right? Now you're no longer in that space. So we're starting there, right? We're starting on the lesson that the guides are showing that says paying attention, right? Paying attention to whether, like paying attention to whether another person is checking your weather, right? So that is how we're identifying respect in the dream space. Now, this brings us to the observation of now moving into the context of the work, right? And what do we see that's happening in work? You say that you're inside one of the emergency exits, at your job. So clearly there's an emergency occurring, right? So something unusual is happening where you're somewhere where you shouldn't be, much like the landscape of the first dream, okay? And again, this is building into the clarification point. Do you just pick a direction with the person that you're with, right? No. You turn to your coworker and say, "Is it safe to go in that direction?" And they actually say, "No, go in that one." Right? They say, and this is basically, this is the guide. This is your guide appearing to you to show you that you are validated and being upset, because even without the context of intimacy, we see those same standards in play, right? Which is when you're in an environment that is new or foreign, right? When you're in foreign territory and you're doing something that you haven't done before, the ability to energetically check, right? The energetic comfortability of another before proceeding is how we identify and articulate what is energetically respective. So we see that that's the guides doubly reaffirming that message, because it's not just something that you would look for in an intimate relationship. It's something that you would give someone even in a professional one, right? You see the standard holding firm in all of those paradigms. Now this brings us to the next part of the dream, okay? Why would somebody do that? Right? This is the guides now helping you understand, why would someone take a liberty like that without checking with you? The next part of the dream gives you insight, right? There you are, right? There you are. And here's the other thing about it. The important thing to identify is, not only is it important for you to be respected in that way, that person might have known something that would keep you energetically safe. So what you were really upset about is that when you saw the counterpart not asking if it was okay, you lost your ability for them to be safe, right? Because they were putting themselves in energetic danger. It's the same thing that we saw there. Now, continuing, we see that that moves further in when you identify the clarification as to why someone would do that. And you said you saw individuals cleaning and you started helping them. And there was also a cleaning lady. Now, this is working through. Again, we're seeing examples of masculine, feminine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. And it's also helping us understand and define what you're working to heal. So, what do we see that's happening here, right? You've got individuals, right? You've got this situation by which there are all these individuals cleaning. And then you saw two masculine figures come in, right? There you are, the house is a wreck. The whole house is a wreck, right? And there you are cleaning a transparent table. And what does the energy do? Do they pick up something else? No, they start working over what you've already done, right? It's not even the fact that they're cleaning anything, but they're effectively cleaning the same thing that you've already cleaned. So they are being doubly ineffective, right? Because not only are they not cleaning anything, because they're cleaning something that you've already cleaned, but they're trying to take credit for the fact that they cleaned it, right? After you've done all of the work, right? After you've done all of the work to clean it, somebody trying to come over, right? And be like, I did it, like putting their energetic signature upon it after it's already clean. This is you. And that's why you were so upset, because they didn't do anything. And then they're like, now you have to pay us. Aren't you like, you're welcome. We cleaned so the transparency of energy, right? The transparency of energy that truly doesn't want to do things but only wants to take credit for doing it, that will literally come in once everything is done to put their signature on it and then expect you to thank them for doing that. So that's what we see is energetically happening there, which is why we see that in the dream space you're clearly upset, because you are seeing, right, the two energies that you're seeing are ineffectual and incompetent, right? They're ineffectual and they're incompetent, and they want credit for other people's work. So that is the observation by which you identified and felt upset with reason, because it's the space by which you effectively want to send someone away, right? Because they're showing you the fact that they don't care about actually doing something. They just want to be there at the end to claim credit for it and to be energetically paid upon it. And that's why we saw that you walked into your cousin's room and you were clearly upset, right? Because they were about to go to sleep. And then you said you felt bad because it wasn't your intention to wake her. But you also felt a little frustrated because they were the individuals who'd hired them. And you were the one who had the card to pay them. So we observe, right? And here's the thing about it, you identified that she told you to stop making so much noise because the cleaning lady was also sleeping. And you said, it's almost 4 o'clock today. They're going to have to wake up soon anyway, right? So, this is the understanding, right, of what often occurs in the space by which energy is overworked, right? The observation of the fact that those energies were probably sleeping because they had been up all night cleaning, right? Right, the fact that they, like, this is you seeing the ancestral healing that's energetically occurring there, and the ancestral healing that's energetically occurring, that the energy that's not seeking credit, they just want to make sure that something's done, that often misses the energetic benefit of something while other energy tries to come in and claim credit for others' work, right? So this is you seeing the full shape of ancestral healing that you're potentially identifying in the space by which, right? The space by which the energy is sleeping and exhausted, right? Because they energetically expected it, right? Because they energetically expected it, right? They weren't surprised in that dream space, right? They were surprised about the fact that you were surprised, right? And so that is the nature of you healing, because it's you looking at a tendency of others around you where you may have noticed that others don't seem to mind that. And the fact that you're saying this is not okay, this is you finding your purpose as it relates to what it means when we're building into reciprocity, which is not the space by which we allow someone to feel important, right? To feel important for not doing anything, but recognizing and identifying what it means to collaboratively, right, to do something in a unified fashion. And this is where we effectively identify, and this is potentially, this is working through a lot of inner child healing that you're potentially navigating as it relates to others saying, right? This is why it's important for others to say, like, oh, right, um, like, it's not the fact that we energetic, and this is why your guides are showing you this, right? Because the nature or the space by which that stops is the nature by which others speak up with you, right? The reason you are calling them in is because it shouldn't be them upset about the fact that you're making noise. It should be the fact that they should be upset about it too, right? So you're identifying the energetic complacency of those who are exhausted, right? Who don't necessarily feel like something can change that allows something to energetically continue. So this is you seeing the full shape of that ancestral healing that's occurring. And then you said all of a sudden, right? People started showing up, right? And you had your hair, right? You had your hair in these, in what you identified as space buns, right? Because it's your thinking, right? It's your thinking that's different, right? It's the fact that you're like, this isn't okay. And the fact that you were trying to make others aware of it, right? The fact that you're like, well, like like that modality is potentially making you feel, right? That you that you are the strange one, right? Like the strange one that doesn't, that gets upset that other people are trying to get credit for the work that they're not doing. And then you said that you found yourself sitting in a living room next to, right, the transparency, like you're just seeing through things. The large glass table that you were cleaning, right, which you saw another person, right, not doing anything but trying, but just there to get credit for things. But you also identified a large glass door where guests could also come in, and you identify that when you did so, that your husband in the dream state space started making jokes, and you felt like you needed to tell them that you were upset about the incident that happened before. Now remember, this is the space of your counterpart occupying the shadow work of what another person did to you. It's not what they're doing to you currently. And you said, what did they do in that space? You tried to communicate that they were upset, that you were upset, and what did they do? They laughed at you, right? They tried to diminish your feelings in front of everyone, no less. So there you are trying to express to something the fact that they hurt you, and another person who effectively tried to ridicule you for having feelings by trying to identify or say that there was nothing energetically wrong about it. But this is why we see, because, right, the observation of them identifying that the wrongness that was occurring there had to do with the fact that they didn't ask if you were comfortable with it. So then you said that you went back and forth arguing, and then you said to them, and what did they do? They made it worse because they tried to identify and say, do you want me to tell everyone what you did? But here's the thing about it, right? You didn't do anything. So it's the same tendency, which is somebody, the same energy. This is the karmic energy that you're working to heal from, right? Somebody who would rather make something up, right? They would rather make something up to identify that they have reasons for hurting you, right? Rather than being energetically transparent. And what did you say to them in that space? You said, go ahead, right? You said, go for it. I've never done anything bad to you. And they said, are you sure? But then you said, right? You got upset and embarrassed, but they never said that, right? They never said you did anything. They were just saying that, right? They were trying to say that to make you feel upset and embarrassed. Because in the embarrassment, right, in the upsetness and embarrassment that you expressed, they tried to make others believe that there was something that you were trying to repress. So there you see the observation of someone who's insecure trying to utilize, right? Trying to utilize toxic traits of adding I keep on seeing like, oh, like somebody being like, oh, I can't tell you what they did, but it was really bad. Oh, no, I promised I wouldn't say to anything to anyone, right? And working through the fact that like it's a big nothing burger, right? A big nothing that someone creates that stirs the pot, but it's a pot filled with nothing. So you're seeing the qualities and tendencies of a pot stirrer who effectively navigate situations by doing things, right? Doing things in environments by which others see them, right? To try to articulate that you're being unreasonable, that then try to paint a portrait about you being unreasonable or keeping things from others. But in fact, they themselves, right? They themselves are trying to create an environment like this is you experiencing the full weight of another person's gaslighting in trying to make you feel that you're being oversensitive while they were perpetually and directly provoking you every step of the way, right? And then this is when you saw, right? This is when you saw two individuals walk in, right? And one whispered something to the other, and they looked at you and they said, and they identified the fact that something about your feet carried a level of ethnocentricity, right? There was a quality and condition by which they described your feet in a way by which they tried to associate them to a particular culture. And then they asked you if you were from that culture. And then you said, I don't know. Perhaps I am. And then you looked at their feet and you saw an energetic similarity there, right? You noticed the fact that you and them had similar feet. And there was dirt on them, as they had, from potentially taking a very long walk. And they didn't seem like they were from around there, okay? And they were dressed in beautiful garments and jewelry, and they looked very elegant and poised, and they appeared human, but you had a feeling that they were not from Earth. These are your guides showing up in your dream space. These are your guides. These are two of your guides showing up in your dream space, right? And it's beautiful because you're identifying the fact, right? You're identifying the fact that there was something about them that felt energetically unearthly, right? And what did they effectively communicate to you? They basically said, you don't feel like you're around here from here, do you? Right? You don't really feel like you energetically fit in, do you? Right? Because what are you doing in every circumstance or situation? What quality and condition are you bringing? You're trying to energetically, you're working towards balance, right? You're sitting there like, I want to know where your Libra placements are, right? because you had two Libra guides show up. And what did the Libra guide? And you had the two buns, right? And what did the two Libra guides say? How's that working on the balance going? How's that working on the balance going for you? I know it's a foreign concept in some places, right? It's a foreign concept in some places. And that's why you saw that their feet were dirty, because the thing about it that they were trying to show you when their feet were dirty is saying when you recognize someone that doesn't want to make something balanced, you can't balance those scales. There's only one thing you can ever do when you notice that someone does not prioritize balance. What do you have to do? Right? So what did you do? You got up and you started looking for your counterpart, but they were nowhere to be found. And they wouldn't answer your calls or messages. You tried fixing, right? You tried to fix those buns, but you became really frustrated because they weren't answering you and your hair looked a mess because they messed up your hair, right? Because they embarrassed you. And when they embarrassed you, they messed up your hair. Because when we care about each other, we should honor one another, right? And we honor one another by not trying, right? By not trying to prove a point or trying to make ourselves look big in front of other people. So the observation by which you recognize the reason you couldn't find them anywhere, right, was because, right, the Libra energy appeared, right? And it's a moment by which the Libra energy appeared in the dream space that they had to clear out of the way, because the Libra energy wasn't going to allow them to be anywhere near you, because it doesn't create the space like the opportunity. And again, I'm not saying that this is your counterpart, because your counter it's a shadow work that is appearing in a past relationship that's coming through the observation of the healthy partner, right? This is how you found your partner. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was a situation by which someone was doing this to you and you finally recognized that you had to walk away. And in the walking away is where you found your energetic counterpart. And in that moment, while you were trying to fix, right, while you were between those two spaces, right, when you were in that liminal space of healing, what did you find in that liminal space of healing? You found hair clips, right? And you said they were long gold hairpins with black, turquoise, and gold details. And they felt like they were energetically ancient, right? They felt like there was a quality of ancientness to them, because it's the reminder from your guides that when we care about things, when we care about one another, we honor one another, right? And in the space by which we honor one another, we effectively work, right? We effectively work to facilitate or to identify, right? We help each other, right? We help each other keep our heads, okay? So that was a gift from your guides leaving you that. And then you identified that when you left the house, there was a market outside. And you said while you were searching, right? While you were searching for your husband, your true counterpart, right? So this is letting go of the false counterpart in order to find the true counterpart. You went down to the lower level, right? And what did you find there? You found your ancestors. And they said to you excitedly, "We're here." And they had suitcases and a large item. And then you asked, "Why did you bring that?" And they said, "We need it," right? And you identified that it was a piece of furniture that disappeared. And so it's the context, right? This is you coming into the ancestral healing that often happens in the context of those who feel energetically displaced. And those who feel energetically displaced are often afraid to make a fuss. Because when we feel displaced and we make a fuss, we fear that we won't be energetically accepted. So when we understand the nature by which we sometimes come into healing, by recognizing that the things that our ancestors needed to hold true might not necessarily be true for us anymore, that is how we move into ancestral healing. So we see in the context of the dream space, you're understanding the quality and condition by which something something that you've been working to let go of or resolve may have had the best possible reason, but when we heal, we recognize things that we let go of because they no longer serve us. So this is you working into the context of honoring your ancestors while also doing something differently, because you're honoring the nature by which they effectively came towards something, but you're releasing what no longer energetically serves you. And then you identified that when you did so, what did you find there? You found a ferry or maybe a tourist bus, right? And what did you find there? You found your counterpart. But then now they were with another group of people, right? And you identified, and this is not the same counterpart. You see that? You thought that was your true counterpart. Your counterpart was in the desert, right? They were thirsting for you. They were waiting for you. They were parched, right? That couldn't be the same person, right? Because that same person, that so-called healer that you let go of was not parched, right? Your counterpart, the true counterpart that you have is somebody who effectively hold, like, right? They you said almost as if they'd been in the desert, right? But they had their head wrapped in blue, which is the identification point of the fact that they were effectively, right, that they prior like they're like the blue that you saw connected to them. And I need to stress this. This is a connection or a color that we see connected to one of your guides, right? So that is them being indicative of the fact that your guide led them to you, even if they might not necessarily have known it, right? Because they were wearing the color of the guide that we know is associated to you, which is them. The reason they were so parched and thirsty is because they were waiting for you. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, the Queen of Pentacles in its reversal, right? So this is a dream that's not only connecting you, this is showing you that this is an energetic read on where we energetically find you right now. And in the state or nature by which you're identifying that, it's very possible that there's a lot more pieces that'll potentially come up that we can explore here. But what's important to notate is that we see the fact that this is showing to you why there may be more guides appearing to you, because you've been doing the work to heal and release what no longer serves you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private reads, and you can book private reads on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Mm-hmm. I appreciate you guys letting me know that I was reading for the. But it's important because you have to understand. Remember, I said the dream is about mistaken identity? Okay. It makes sense. Yes. All right, let's continue right now. Mm-hmm. All right, let's continue right now. Absolutely. Yep, I got you, dear. Mm-hmm. All right, here we are. And thank you for those gifts, Adam. I appreciate you. Thank you as well, Rainbow. So good to see you today. It was, and that's I mean, it's a beautiful part of the dream. They're beautiful. 2 stunning guides. Yep, absolutely. Libra, you're a Libra moon. There we go. And your partner's a Libra moon. Okay, thank you for confirming. And Misty, thank you for the follow. Yeah, they were thirsting for you. Mm-hmm. Hi there. Absolutely. Oh, no, I appreciate you. Oh, I love that. That's incredible. But it's beautiful because it's telling the story, it's telling your karmic story of how you found your true counterpart, you know? Okay, I'll keep that in mind moving forward for I always joke with my counterpart when I have these shadow dreams. I just point at him and say and make me mad, make a mad face. He says again, what did I do? That's, I mean, unfortunately, this is what happens with shadow work. Like often the shadow work comes through the energy we least expect so that we can see exactly how egregious something was. Okay, that's good to know. I will be more attentive. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. All right, the next person we're going to be reading for is Yaz. Yaz, I promise we're reading for you this time. But I think that there might have been something. Listen, Yaz, I'll be perfectly honest. I think that there was a relevancy point in the fact that the guys were making it pretty clear that that dream had to come. Like, keep. I want you to put a pin in whatever like put a pin in something in that dream. Okay. I haven't even read your dream yet, but I think okay. Okay, that's fine, Yaz. I'll put you on the list for tomorrow. You'll be the first person read for. Okay. Absolutely, not a problem. But we're going to put a pin in that because there was literally a pin in the dream. And I think that there might be something in that dream that's energetically connected to your dream because that's where the pin's coming from too. Okay? So let's just keep that in mind. No problem, dear. Per, I've got you. Excellent. You're welcome and thank you, dear. Okay, you agree. Okay, cool. I'm very curious to see why the guys wanted to pin that dream to yours because they literally put a pin in the dream, which is really interesting. Okay? All right. We're going to continue right now. We're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for is Per. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. I'm very curious to see if you. I haven't even read your. I'm not. I'm just gonna have fresh eyes on it tomorrow. Yeah. All right. Let's do it. Okay. So we're gonna continue right now. Welcome. How you doing today, Sleepy? I'm having a lovely day, Jink. Excellent. Thank you for those gifts, Jink. Yes, my mom is very aware that I'm queer death. All right. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. And thank you so much. I love that. Welcome. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages, VR. Excellent. Let's continue right now. All right, where were we? Next person we're reading for is Per. Per, if you're here, can you, yep, absolutely. Where are we? Dream in the disco with Per in front of it. How dare you? Okay. First of all, how dare you? But second of all, thank you. First of all, how dare you? Second of all, thank you. All right, where are we? We're doing a dream interpretation for Per. And before we continue right now on Per's dream, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We've got the fox. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I am going to pin up her here. Guys, make sure to give her some love. Is this inside tea or outside tea? Excellent. Outside, great. All right. I was swimming laps in the pool, and the pool itself was circular, kind of donut shaped. The middle was filled with plants, if I'm not mistaken. I ran into a former feminine identified friend. We chatted for a bit. Then she went over to her boyfriend to tell him about the conversation in a positive way. Because I was following her, I overheard their conversation. I wanted to make myself sort of invisible and quickly swam the other way. At the back of the pool, I was drying myself off, or maybe I was holding water in my hands, and the splash of water accidentally landed on a young woman who sat on a towel on the ground, and her baby was sleeping next to her. This startled the woman, and she made a little high noise. I apologized right away, but she stayed angry. She said, "Because of you splashing water, my baby is awake." I apologized again. The baby was indeed awake and was lying on her belly looking around. I was already standing on the other side of the emergency exit leading to the hall of the exit, but the woman got up. She was very tall, blonde, with a ponytail, and towered over me. I refused to let her intimidate me. If she wanted to fight, I would have defended myself. Of course, I didn't want to come to that. I shouted to her as a warning not to touch me. No, no, no. The security heard me and came to help. Second part of the dream. I was back at in an old high school. We were speed dating had been organized in one of the classrooms, and three women sat on one side and three men sat on the opposite of them. My ex was there too. We took turns asking each other questions. I skipped the questions about my ex on purpose because it was obviously we are not going to be matched. Been there, done that. Across from me sat a guy. I said, "Oh, you're joining too." What wasn't very nice of me because I realized that he was the fourth guy and we were sitting there for a while. After that, I walked to another part of the building upstairs. Two classrooms were connected. An older woman came in. He looked pretty weird, almost zombie like, and felt a bit crazy. I didn't feel safe, but I wasn't afraid either. I walked into a adjoining room just in case. The school principal came in and said, "Go ahead, I'll take care of this." I walked downstairs toward the exit with a female friend and someone I don't know in real life, but I can't remember her appearance either. Um, Black long hair and a ponytail for sure, maybe glasses. Small children were dragging mesh bags behind them across the stairs in front of us while we were going down the stairs. And suddenly I saw three little white ducks appear in one of the bags. I tried to point them out to my friend, but they disappeared again. I kept watching the bags, and then three tiny white creatures appeared in one of the other bags. Bunnies, I believe. We walked out of the building, some distance apart from the school, and I suddenly remembered that I'd forgotten something at the school. I looked at my friend and told her that. Before walking back, I stopped to ask myself and my friend whether I actually needed that item. And yes, I really did. I can't remember what the item was. So I started walking back, not really enthusiastic. All right. Four cards, please. The dream is a dream from the guides about healthy energy exchange. What it looks like when it's healthy, what it's looked like when it needs to be contained. Okay? First dream. You're in a swimming pool, and the pool is identifying the fact that we're doing energy work here because energy pools got waves. So we're navigating energetic waves, and you said there was circular, kind of donut shaped. In the middle, we're filled with plants, if you're not mistaken. Okay? So we're working through the understanding of what identifies as an energetic signature. Okay? And what do we see that's first happening? You ran into a former female feminine friend and you chatted for a bit. And then they went over to where their boyfriend was and told them about the conversation in a positive way. And you overheard their conversation. But what did you do? Right? You could hear them talking about you. Right? Did you try to get closer? No. You respected their privacy, right? You recognized and identified that even though they were talking about you, right? It wasn't necessarily a conversation that you needed to necessarily be a part of. So what do we see that you were doing? You were effectively, right? Moving away from something to honor their energetic circle, right? To honor the fact that they have an intimate connection, and what they're articulating about you is none of your business. So there you are. Look at you. The first thing the guides say is pay attention to this energy, minding their business, okay? And then what do we see happen? Meanwhile, there you are. Literally, you've got the opportunity to hear what another person's saying about you, and you're doing the polite thing. You're creating distance there to be respectful of their privacy. Now you got this lady by the pool. Okay, and I got to tell you, she's got precious energy. Where she's got the most precious energy on this world. And where has she stuck the precious energy? Where has she stuck the precious energy? She stuck the precious energy right next to the pool. Okay? She stuck the precious energy right next to the pool. What do you expect? What do you expect is going to happen if you're laying beside a pool with a little child, right? If you're laying next to a pool with a little child, you are begging to get wet, right? There's the energy. Pay attention to the difference between you having every opportunity to lean in, to hear something that's none of your business and respectively creating distance versus someone that leans into uncomfortable looking for a reason, right? Looking for a reason, just looking for a reason, right? Pay attention to the try me energy. So someone who is literally positioning themselves in the most precarious place where the only possible outcome is that someone's going to get wet, and pay attention to the audacity, the sheer audacity of that energy who made the fuss. The water didn't wake the baby, right? The water didn't wake the baby. The fuss. Look what you've done, right? The shouting, the irritation of being in connection with an energy that's always looking for a reason to try to articulate that they're being a good parent, right? Right? Like somebody trying, look, oh, look, oh, righteous indignation right here, right? Pay attention to righteous indignation. And the reason the reason the indignation is righteous is because they put themselves in a position by which the only space, it's not a question of what, it's just a question of when. Who's going to get that baby wet? Like they're literally trying to get the baby wet. Like if they didn't want the baby wet, don't have them no close to the pool. And what do we see you doing there? You don't even point that out. You apologize. You suck it up. You say okay, right? And they continue to provoke, right? And here's the thing about it: when somebody's filled with righteous indignation, right? There's no reasoning with them because it doesn't matter what you did. They were looking for any reason to be upset, right? So pay attention to the difference between being mindful and respective versus righteous indignation that has no righteousness connected to it, right? Not the fact there's nothing you could have done to avoid that, but there's something they could have done. But instead of taking accountability for the fact that they shouldn't have had that child so close to the pool, what are they doing? They're blaming you for the baby getting wet. Okay? And that's why you said you were already standing by the emergency exit leading down the hallway and they got up. Pay attention. Righteous indignation doesn't care, right? They're trying to effectively always double down. And you said you refuse to be intimidated, right? And here's the thing about it. I'd be curious where your Leo placements were. Because here comes your Leo placements. If they want to fight, you would defend yourself. But you didn't want to come to that. And that is you having an energetic assessment. You are not someone who seeks confrontation, but you're ready. You are good. You are good, willing, and ready to face someone if they try to overstep. And so that is how the guides see you, and they want you to see yourself in that same context. Now, all of that, and that's why you said the security guard heard you and came to help you, right? And because the guards are the guides that are observing and saying you didn't do anything, you're just energetically dealing with it. Now let's go back to now with that in pocket, let's look at the rest of the dream. You said you're back at your old high school. And you said you're at a speed dating event organized in one of the classrooms. And you said there were 3 women sat on one side and 3 men on the opposite. And you said an ex was there too, and you were taking turns asking each other questions. But again, here you are being energetically respective. And what are you doing in a respective way? You are skipping the questions related to your ex on purpose, but you're not doing that to hurt them, right? You're not doing that because you're trying to hurt them. You're doing that you're doing that because the situation is uncomfortable, right? And it's obvious you are not going to be matched. You've been there and you did that. So across from you sat another person that said, "Oh," and you said, "Oh, you're joining too," right? And it what wasn't very nice, which wasn't very nice of you because you realized that they were the fourth person, the fourth guy, and you were sitting there for a while. Now this is interesting, okay? Because the observation of you saying, "Oh, you're joining too." It's curious the fact that you identified that you felt that that wasn't nice. And the reason I identify that there's something interesting by which we say like I feel like there's a little shadow work here, right? Because um, what we effectively identify is if this is somebody who joined in after you guys started, then there was clearly a choice by which they joined in because they found you appealing, right? If it had already started, right? If it already started, right? If it already started and they showed up afterwards, right? What did they see, right? It's clear that something was there. Someone was there that had caught their attention. So the fact that you identified that you said it wasn't very nice of you because you realized, right, that they were sitting there for a while, right? It's not the fact, right? That it's not the fact that it wasn't mean of you, but it's interesting. It's interesting that your mind went there, right? And we're gonna unpack that a little bit because it's the observation by which they it's their choice, right? Right? It's their choice, not requiring you, right? Not requiring you to have to it's basically the thing is saying that it's not your responsibility to have to be in the point of pulling others in, right? Because you have to be respective on what they effectively wish. But this could be identifying a tendency, right? A tendency of encouragement that you may be working to resolve and heal within yourself by being energetically respective and receptive to what others identify their comfort zone is. So this could be the moment, this could be something that is being articulated about something during that time period where you started to recognize the qualities and conditions of others' passive aggressiveness. You then described that you walked to another part of the building upstairs and there were two classrooms connected. And you identified that there was an older man that came in and they looked pretty weird, almost zombie-like, and felt a bit crazy. And you didn't feel safe, but you weren't afraid either, and you walked into an adjoining room just in case, right? And then you said that the principal was in there and they said, "Go ahead, I'll take care of this." And the identification point of zombie-like is, I feel like what we're basically seeing is that was the first time that you potentially identified and found passive aggressiveness. And the thing about it is, passive aggressiveness makes zombies of us all, right? When you are passive aggressive, you basically become a zombie. And the reason you become a zombie is because everybody gets exhausted, right? Someone being like, "No, it's fine." And then everyone being like, "Okay, they said it's fine, but it wasn't fine," right? And then you feel attacked, right? You feel like again, zombies have no sense of, the problem with a zombie is a zombie has no sense of boundaries, right? Zombies just come towards us and they don't stop coming towards us, and nothing we do can set them off their course. So this is identifying that there may have been situations that happened when you were in high school that made you aware of what passive aggressiveness is, which is actually potentially, which is the observation, right, that it makes zombies of us all, because there's a bunch of energy that never wants to articulate what their desires are, but is constantly wired to feel upset because nothing is energetically happening to them, because they're not articulating upon what their needs are so that they can be facilitated or met. So this is why we see that you're seeing that there, and that's why the principal came in and said, go ahead, I'll take care of this, right? And then you said you walked downstairs toward the exit with a friend and someone you didn't know in real life, but you can remember her appearance either, right? And I want to point out the appearance of this friend looks opposite to what we saw the person in the pool look like. Okay, so that's important because we're seeing a little bit of vice versa there. And what did you see? You saw small children dragging mesh bags behind them across the stairs in front of you while you were going down the stairs. Okay? And you saw that 3 little white ducks appeared in one of the bags. And you tried to point that out to the friend, but they disappeared again. And then you kept watching the bags. And then you saw some other white creatures coming in. And they were bunnies. And you walked out of the building some distance from the school. And you remembered that you'd forgotten something at school. Right? And what do we effectively see in the difference between, right? The difference between ducks and bunnies in the bag. This is working again into the context of what you may have potentially felt that you learned when you're in a space by which you started to come into understanding of how others carry boundaries in different ways, right? Duck, like the energy of duck energy, would often be the quality and condition, by which others are trying to effectively be very energetically present to paying attention to the comfortability of everyone, right? Like that's the duck energy. It's like because the ducks, right? The ducks, what do you see? The ducks travel like in a line. Okay. So the ducks that move in a row are effectively moving energetically collectively, right? So and they move a little bit, they move slower for that reason, right? Bunny energy. Have you ever seen a bunny go in the same direction as a bunny? You ever seen a bunch of bunnies? They're everywhere. Very different energy. Okay, very different energy, right? Between the energy in a row versus the energy just boop boop boop. So this is you potentially recognizing the quality and condition by which the awareness, right? The awareness of the self that is expounded upon with situational awareness, right? Those who are more in duck energy, who are like checking out the room, like feeling it out, right? Versus like the bunny energy, which is more just, like doing things like, so, and the thing about it is we have these energies within us, right? And what we see here is you kind of recognizing that, and the fact that you saw that they were appearing and disappearing is the quality and condition by which then when they disappear and reappear, then that would indicate something healthy, because that is indicative of someone looking at environments and recognizing what one needs to bring to circumstances or situations, right? So this is potentially you working into the context of understanding or learning how energetic exchange works. And then you saw that you brought, and you might have even been telling your friends that, right? Because you said you saw your friend and you told them, and you said before you started walking, whether you stopped because you remembered you forgot something. And then you stopped yourself and asked your friend, and this is the thing about it, you said you stopped to ask yourself and your friend whether you actually needed that. And you said, yes, I really did. I couldn't remember what the item was, but the item is the dream. The reason that you can't remember the item is because the item is this dream, right? It's the inner child healing by which you went back to the dream, because you went back You were in the other dream, and you said, I forgot something. So this is you going back into inner child healing to observe yourself learning the lesson, right? And that's why you said you started walking back not really enthusiastically, because, right, we see the space by which you don't like to make things about yourself, right? There you are all over the dream space trying to decenter. And that's why you were so uncomfortable with going back into that dream, because the dream was going to show you, it was going to focus upon you and what you energetically learned there. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, this has to do with relationship, right? Because this is the identification of you continuing to work to heal with an intimacy wound, which is, I hate to break it to you, but your counterpart is going to absolutely love centering you. They're going to love it. I hate to be the bearer of uncomfortable news, but I am here to deliver you the message that your counterpart is going to absolutely love centering you. Okay. And this is why they're like, this is why it keeps on coming up in the dream space, because they're like, you better be ready for it. Like, you better be ready for the centering. Prepare for the centering. Prepare for the centering. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list today, the list is open. I've got three more spots today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Who said that, Luke? How you doing, Daniela? Thank you for those gifts. And just bear with me a minute. Where are we? I know that fox is connected to you, Nicole. Yeah. I had to use my acting skills to show the audacity. Yeah, I love when she reads outside too. Oh, thank you for also connecting to these messages, Nicole. I understand both dreams were about protection as well. You were saved in both stories. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad, Bridget. I'm so happy to hear that. Absolutely. I really dislike hearing others talk about me, but I always stumble on those conversations and like, well, and that's you trying to decenter, right? Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. I guess they showed up afterwards, but I knew they were there already. Oh, excellent, Bridget. I'm here for it. There's no such thing as a small dream. Oh, you used to dream about zombies all the time. So zombies are individuals who lack boundaries. I can't unsee this with the ducks now. Yeah. I was trying to point out the animals to a friend, and she was too late every time to see them. But that's the thing about it, right? Because if it, like, it's you potentially coming into observational awareness in terms of bringing the energy that one needs into situations or circumstances. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're so welcome. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, can you let me know if we're doing a general? I mean, it sounds like we're doing a dream interpretation. And before we continue right now, and just a reminder to anyone joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on the list via my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. It's 3 cards for 29 for those who are non-members, 4 cards for 23 for those who are. Also for those joining us on the Clock app, we're at 44.8K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. And we'll get to 50K in no time. All right, let's get to it. And before we start with Bridget's dream, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got the bear. We'll do it again after the next reading. And I've got the dream coconut here, as we always do before we start a dream. Oh, okay. All right. And I'm going to pin up Bridget here. Guys, make sure to give Bridget some love. All right. In my dream, I was getting my picture taken. It was like when you go to the DMV for a driver's license. A woman said to me, you need to put the elephant arm down. And I immediately knew what she meant because my hand was positioned by my chin to kind of look like the trunk of an elephant in my sleep state. So I woke up and physically moved my arm away from my face and went back to take the photo in my dream. I love it. All right. Okay, let's get to it. Can I get, yep. Yeah, can I get 4 cards? Mm-hmm. Yeah. The dream. The dream is a guide doing doing a energy read on you, and the energy read has to do with doing things um, for others. It's about doing heavy lifting. Okay, and that's why the guides identified it as an elephant arm, because there the guides were, right? There the guides were trying to effectively identify and take a picture of you. And the guides effectively identified and said, you need to put the elephant arm down. And you thought, right? You thought that they were talking about your hand being positioned by your chin, right? But what they were actually talking about was you doing everything for the benefit of others. Now, here's the thing about it. You have to understand, it's perfectly okay to be energetically generous, right? Because when we're energetically generous, then we're often working towards our purpose. When we're generous towards our purpose, then working towards generosity that's connected to purpose is how we move towards alignment, right? Here we are. Just all you need to do, very easy, being super generous towards the things, like towards one's energetic purpose, that moves things, right? That moves things in accordance to the direction by which others can see us more clearly. However, right, what often happens in the context, what happens in the context of others that identify or articulate that they're taking too much advantage of our energy. When someone is taking advantage of our energy, they're asking us to do things not because they need us, but because they themselves don't feel inclined to do it, right? It's working into the context of understanding the difference between working towards purpose versus serving others' disinclinations, right? And the disinclination is often the shape or nature by which another person tries to take advantage of you. by recognizing the fact that you are energetically compassionate. So it's the space by which, and this is where we see that you're potentially working to heal your boundaries, because in the state or nature by which you articulate or identify what you can do that's energetically possible, right? But also stopping yourself, right? Doing things that move towards your purpose generously, but learning how to energetically stop yourself from taking on too much of the load that others don't want to carry, right? This is you putting, right? And this is the important thing about it. They said you need to put the elephant arm down. They didn't say you had to get rid of it, right? They didn't say you had to get rid of it, right? They didn't say you have to get rid of it. They said you have to put it down, right? Particularly and especially so that others can see you clearly. Because often what happens, right? Often what happens in the state or nature by which others take advantage of us is they don't have a tendency of crediting all the work that we're energetically doing, right? So that is why they're saying that the idea that they said you have to put the elephant arm down, which is saying in situations by which another person, right? In situations by which another person is not giving you the energetic credit that you need in terms of everything you're doing, you have every right. You don't have to be generous anymore. You have every right to put that arm down, right? Because that is you working towards their healing. And that's what's fascinating about it, because you said you physically woke up and moved your arm away from your face and you went back to take the photo in the dream. And that observation, right? That observation, and I have to point out, it's not regular. It's irregular to be able to go back into the dream space and return right back into the space by which we were here. That's very unusual. So the observation by which you are able to return is the guides by which they're showing you, right? That's you learning. That's you going back in is them understanding and recognizing that you're learning how to do that, right? The reason that they can finally get a good, they can finally get a good look at you, okay? They can finally get a good look at you because you're finally learning to do that, right? You're finally learning to do that by saying, I'm not going to do that. You're finally learning to do that by saying, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Thank you. Bottom of the deck on this. Yeah, and again, the important thing about it is remembering, right? You're not getting rid of the elephant arm entirely. It's an absolute gift. But an elephant arm, right? When another person honors an elephant arm, then they understand, right? That they understand that the quality and condition, right? When they understand the value of another person's energy, they don't take advantage of it. They're energetically respective of it, right? They use it, they utilize it carefully. They utilize it respectively, right? They don't take energetic liberties to it, because in the modality by which like, this is what's beautiful, the vision that the guides were giving you in that, in the space by which it feels like somebody is asking you to do everything, but they're obstructing, right? They're obstructing your view. They're obstructing others seeing everything that you're doing. It's okay to put that arm down, right? And in fact, you should, because that when you do that, you're working in service to the guides to help them learn, help them understand that that's not acceptable. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps. pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private reads, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Mm-hmm. Oh, you're amazing. Again, you always you amaze me. You absolutely amaze me, Bridget. No problem, dear. You're so welcome, and thank you so much for having that reading with me, and thank you for being here today. Final call right now for anyone who would like a full reading, or for anyone who is a paid member or super fan who has not had a card pulled today. And I just want to remind you guys that want to thank you guys so much for being here. We will be back on here tomorrow at our usual time. So we'll be back on at 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. I got you, Per. If you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. One card on Per, Angel Ed. Yeah, it says it's interesting because it's a continuation of the guides that are trying to help you understand, right? That you have an angelic that's helping you feel comfortable being the center of attention, right? Like I know how like don't be afraid, they say. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with that 3 of Swords there, right? Working into the context, working into the context by which you're effectively trying to articulate, or I feel like the guides are showing you things right now to show like there's nothing more cringe inducing than seeing one's tendency to decenter, because even like the hard part with guides is in the journey of showing your tendency to decenter, that even there they're centering you. Right? It's like this is your energy. You're like, where's the center? Where's the center? So they're helping you build into your sense of presence. Absolutely. One card for Ella, please. We've got the Temperance card, so I feel like there's something important that we're seeing there in relationality to you. Ella, you've got somebody in spirit that just keeps on wrapping their arms around you. I don't know if you can feel it. Yeah, they're with you. Again, 8 of Cups in its reversal. They're with you every step of the way. You know, they just keep on affirming that this is a period of time. It's not going to be like this forever. Animal Oracle. Yeah, the hair energy, right? If somebody, if somebody, if it's saying to me like if somebody, um, if somebody's showing you, if someone's showing you who they are, be grateful for the view, is what I'm getting, right? That has nothing to do with you. You did not create those circumstances. That's what they chose to do, not you. Per your animal oracle card is the wren. Yeah, do you realize how special you are? Like that is the sound. Like that is the sound that you're gonna have to get used to when you're working to heal with your counterpart. Absolutely. One card for Minnie on partnership, please. We've got the 6 of Swords in its reversal. I feel like I see some. I feel like I see somebody who's just really aspiring to have some time away with you. You know, like just I keep on hearing like there's something to be said for some quality time, right? Like it's saying even now with this Tower card, you don't have to go far. You don't have to go far to create an intimate moment, right? Sometimes it's just like sometimes it's just in the stating of the intention of it. So I keep on hearing like thinking about precious moments, or how to create more precious moments in a busy experience. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. If you missed today's daily collective, it is now up over on the stack, both as a video and over as a podcast on my spot. As I mentioned, we'll be back on tomorrow at our usual time, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified when I've gone live, all you need to do is head over to my profile. You can activate the bell there to turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. If you became a superfam or subscriber today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our superfam only disco channel. Introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also be able to you can also just message me directly with that disco gift if you're joining me over on the place where we keep the videos as well. You'll find in the perks section a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be held on Thursday, August 13th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the three cards of the minor arcana. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today. Oh, right back at you, number A. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Thank you, Sonia, for those heart meets. Huge thank you to my subscribers and super fans. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another, and we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.